to prevent a headache.
What's going on? What's up? How's everyone doing on this Friday night? Welcome back to Best Bet Live, coming with you to a 10-25 no limit hold'em cash game we got. Got myself Ryan, also known as Country, joined by card room manager, Best Bet Orange Park, Mike Kruger. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, man?
Pretty good, pretty good. Happy to be here. Midst of main event weekend mania out there on the floor.
It is, it is. Last time I checked, I think we were close to 90 entries for the main event today. Had 77 yesterday. So I think we're about 2/3 of the way to the guarantee, which is a 300K guarantee for that main event.
And main event usually brings in the bigger cash games like this one here, 10 1/4, no limit hold'em. A lot of these guys will fire at that main event tomorrow, so roll into town on Friday, play some cash, get settled in. Always love the bigger games getting brought in as we wrap up the tournament series.
Absolutely. Got some familiar faces on this table, too. Looks like we are getting things ready for a double board PLO bomb pot to kick things off this live stream.
Yeah, starting things out a little frisky. Got to mix it up somehow.
Yeah.
Lighten the mood.
Let's see. Queen 10-6 on the top board. And then ace trade deuce on the bottom board. So Carson with bottom set on the bottom board. And let's see, Miguel has a queen on the top board. Carson also with a flush draw on the top board as well.
Now 4 ways to the turns.
And now Miguel turns 2 pair up top, but Carson does hit his flush on the top board, albeit a small flush. And, well, 4th spade comes out, but it's going to be a scoop for Carson.
Yeah, filled up down low. He's probably going to bet for value now. Just checking it over.
Check it. Might have missed an opportunity to try to get something there, but...
Don't know if he would have got looked up by much.
Yeah.
Just seeing what everybody's holding.
Yeah, see what everybody else has. I think also that 4th spade kind of maybe killed it on the top board for him.
And he also had Greg sitting behind. Greg last to act, not afraid to pull the trigger. I know we're just getting things started here with anybody's watched before. Greg's not afraid to get after it, so maybe Carson was inviting Greg to throw a stab there. You know, if you don't think you're getting looked up too late, if you bet, then might as well allow somebody to bluff at it, get value that way.
Andrew, that's a good question. I'm not 100% sure when they will be posting that. I'll be honest, I thought it was already posted. Maybe just a little bit of posting lag on our part when it comes to that. But I could definitely ask him about that. You know, and see an update for that. So.
We did go underway here. Back to the regular scheduled 10-25 no limit game. Gil and Dave went heads up. Flop did come queen high. Gil flops top pair, checks inflow over to Dave, who does put out the continuation bet. Not going to see Gil go anywhere, does put in the call.
Looks like Gil and Dave had some of the higher buy-ins. I want to say the average buy-in was like around a little over 5K.
Both players had a gut shot straight draw on this turn, but coming a king is going to slow both of them down. Action did go check.
Now king pairing the board.
Yeah.
Gil going to go ahead and fire out.
Yeah, easy time to bet for value if you're Gil. Dave, you get it over. Gil, another player who likes to be very active, bluff at pots if he smells weakness. So that's why we see Dave flicking the call here. Look him up. Fortunately for him, Gil does, in fact, have the winning hand. Gets to drag it in with the 2 pair.
Yeah, he does. But yeah, again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us for this 10-25 cash game. Of course, as we said, main event time for our Winter Series Open. It's happening. The final day 1 going to be tomorrow with day 1C. The final opportunity for people to try to get into the final day on Sunday, which we will have final table action that Sunday night. Curious to see how it goes there. All right, Roadhouse. Been a while since we've seen Roadhouse here in the live stream. Raised up to 75, and then Don immediately 3-bets it to 250. Roadhouse is like, okay.
And Don not known for stepping out too light. I say Roadhouse with pretty quick respect, doesn't really think it over too much and lets it go.
Yeah, Roadhouse, a player we're accustomed to seeing with the big games that featured, of course, George the Wolf and Mooch and those guys. So Roadhouse back in town now, of course, for that main event. I think he's planning on firing in it tomorrow.
I think he plans on winning a couple of those bullets here tonight.
Definitely so.
Carson, first act, got to raise it up with the ace-10 offsuit.
So Carson put in the raise. Johannes calls, as does Roadhouse. So here we are.
Okay.
And Roadhouse happy to defend the big, getting such a good price. Johannes maybe respecting Carson's under the gun open, rather than electing not to 3-bet the 9s.
Queen 8-6 flop, 2 spades.
Checks all the way around. Johannes sitting here with a pretty safe second pair when action checks through to you. Doing fire out a small bet, betting 75, just trying to clear out some ace-high hands, deny some of those that equity, as well as charge some draws. With the 5 of clubs on the turn, actually, going to go check. Up to a 7 on the river, so Johannes makes a straight. Might be hard to get looked up by just a pair of 7s from Roadhouse, but we're going to see Johannes try. Does go about 3/4 pot size bet. Immediate fold from Roadhouse with just middle pair. Such a wet board. Johannes' straight's going to be best. He gets to take it down. Nathan asking what the max buy-in is for this game. It's a no max on this 10 1/4. Most players seem to buy in for around the 5K mark, a few a little bit heavier. Depending on the action, we might see some of those stacks grow throughout the night, though.
Huh. 500. That's so dumb.
See action fold all the way around to Miguel on the button. He gets to raise it up. Want that standard 3x open of 75. If you're looking down at ace. Roadhouse out of the small blind, 5-4 suited. A lot of times out of the small blind, you want a 3-bet or fold. We're going to see him mix in the 3-bet with the suited connectors. See what Miguel wants to do after Carson gets out of the way.
That'll be a tell.
Ace 4 offsuit, just going to let it go.
Lost 500.
Roadhouse pre-flop aggression gets to take it down. So, once again, appreciate everybody tuning in. Again, we're coming to you live from Best Bet here in Jacksonville, Florida. Just on a slight delay here on the live stream. Things will pick up here on a Friday night. I'm sure we'll hear the noise increase in the background as the room starts filling up.
As it does with every Friday night here at Best Bet.
Oh, yeah.
Especially, you know, as players do get eliminated from day 1B, try to fire up some of these bigger cash games so they can try to make, you know, their losses back and things like that. Definitely anticipating it to be a busy Friday night here at our Jacksonville location.
So far, been a very quiet table. And all these guys are pretty familiar with each other, too. A little surprised that they're starting out so quietly.
Yeah.
They're usually not. I thought this group was going to be a lively one tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a little early. Maybe they haven't gotten that first round of drinks yet.
True, true.
I know Carson just rolled that headache ointment on his head from Greg. Greg giving out some samples of that.
Greg did check his option out of the straddle, so this was, again, a straddled pot. Fold around to essentially blind versus blind as Dave completed out of the big. Greg checked his option. And both ended up flopping a pair, but Greg's is best. And sorry, Dave actually flopped a gut shot. Thought it was a 4 for some reason. I'm not quite awake yet either, apparently. I'm feeling the mood.
That's
I also haven't got my first round. I'm not all the way alive yet, you know.
This is true.
It's early. It's Friday night.
It's very early.
Second play for the main. Yeah, there's only 3 points for it.
Just go back home tonight? Like you just drive back and stay.
All right, Miguel going to go put in a raise to 75. Pocket nines for Roadhouse. See a 3-bet for Roadhouse here?
I think both options are on the table here. Miguel's right in middle position, so it doesn't have to necessarily be a super strong hand that he's opening with. And Roadhouse electing to take that more aggressive route, as I think he likes to tend to do.
Yeah.
Based on previous experience on stream.
Very true. Looks like David put in a call with jacks. Up in with jacks. So we're heads up. Queen 5-7, queen high flop. Dave's going to check.
And
Roadhouse, again, was the aggressor here with 3-bet, so he's going to go ahead and put in the continuation bet here.
yeah, goes with about a 1/3 pot size continuation bet. Can't imagine Dave's going to be able to do much other than just put in the call here. Actually, we see him let it go, so a lot of respect for Roadhouse there. A little surprised given his aggressive nature. He's not afraid to continuation bet a little bit lighter. Not sure if Dave has too much history with Roadhouse. Maybe he's believing him early on here.
New year, new Gil. New year, new
Roadhouse fortunate to take that one down. Thought he might see some resistance.
Baiting. I was like, I'm not good at something. So I'm not good. Then you literally I know. You said he doesn't do it.
Folds all the way around to blind versus blind. We're actually going to see a limped pot here. Comes down 10-8-4. 2 spades on board. After Greg checks it over, Johannes bets out. Just double gutter, he gets to take it down.
Yeah? Like finally.
See Greg put the button straddle on. He's trying to mix things up here. Saw him under the gun straddle last orbit. Putting the button straddle on here. Trying to liven things up in the early goings. Seems like everybody's kind of feeling each other out. See what mood they're in.
So it's like June, July is hotter than the devil's asshole. From there to here, you're like, Jesus, sweat.
What is entry for the main? 15? 15? It's pretty cheap. Yeah.
After
It's not like a series.
put on that button straddle, we see Greg wake up with pocket jacks on it.
They got a bonus
Miguel initially opened
back 2 days.
after a couple of limps.
No
So
shit.
let's see if Greg puts in a 3-bet, and if so, what size he elects to go with.
Check in on
Seriously? Alright, that's...
There is the 3-bet.
He's got a bag of shit. Fair enough. Yeah.
650 to go.
Yeah.
Miguel, only 400 more to call. Might be enticed to stick around with the King 10 suited.
Are you gonna play?
Honestly, a hand that could be dominated pretty easily.
It's at noon.
Just a matter of
Yeah, that's what it starts.
whether the price is worth admission, and Miguel decides it's not. Greg's 3-bet gets to take it down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Saturday.
it's a little heroic just being able to play it till midnight and then come back.
Yeah.
Is it a 3-day tournament or is it tomorrow's the last day? Or Sunday, like Sunday's the no, but is Sunday like the final day? Oh, okay.
I thought they were doing multiple flights.
Well, no,
It's just a noon flight.
yeah,
I thought it was 2 per day. And I was like, man.
it's usually 2 per day.
Are you playing? Do you play?
No, I haven't trained.
What's that?
Don, came down a queen 10 offsuit, gets to raise it up.
I want to take a swim tomorrow.
Greg looking down at an ace, putting in the call.
I've got 1 silver bullet. That's all they're getting from me. One
Miguel closing the action.
I'm gonna play
7-6
one
offsuit. Only 50 more to call, closing the action. We're going to see him head off to a flop, which would normally be a flop. Pretty good for his type of hand, but Don did flop open ender. check it over to Greg. All three players here with a straight draw.
I wake up every morning like, do I have to turn my
4 clubs
That's what I ask myself.
on the turn after the action checked through.
Shit back yesterday. 25 bigs.
Now Miguel
Bluff my ass off.
seeing the passive flop.
Oh,
Guy with the same
Happy to throw out a small bet here. His pair plus straight draw. Don obviously going nowhere.
very fast.
Greg's going to get out of the way. Now an ace on the river, so Greg actually would have made the best hand.
And then I found out there was a multi.
Instead, it's Miguel. Pair of sevens is best. Checks it over. Let's see if Don wants to bluff at it here. Especially seeing an ace on the river as the pre-flop raiser. A card that hits pre-flop raising range pretty well. Might decide to rep it. That's what he does. Firing out. Has to know his queen high is no good. Great card to bluff at. Gonna be real tough for Miguel to look him up with just 4th pair. Does in fact let it go. Don, some thievery. Getting away with it there. Nice river card to do so.
Props tonight, Don.
Good spot to show some aggression.
How much? How much going?
You know me and my props. I have no, George isn't here. There's no props.
Yeah, George's gonna go out of town.
Where is he?
he was here yesterday.
Yeah, he was.
He's lost weight.
Figured if you were here, Mooch would be here.
No, I wasn't a whole get the crew together. I hit up George and he said he's gonna be out of town. He's taking the boys to the Pro Bowl.
He's what?
Taking the boys to the Pro Bowl.
Oh, okay. Oh, hell yeah. Good for him.
Yeah.
All right, after Carson opened up from under the gun, Greg looks down at king at queen offsuit. He's going to keep his foot on the gas as he has done most of the stream. Electing to 3-bet here.
Is that a legal raise? I guess it is, right?
Oh, that's always on. Otherwise, it doesn't. I don't focus. I thought you made 150. It channels it.
The last one you did, we were all down here with one of
Back on cards for the 9s.
the players that
Going to put in the call. We'll be heading off to a flop between these two.
Was it?
He's like, is that real? Do I really get it? He's like, yeah, Don does it.
Greg again the 3-better and in position.
Was it like somebody's girlfriend?
Spot to be until the flop comes down 5, trade, deuce, 2 clubs. So Carson's pair of 9s are best. Checks in flow. Greg happy to check back. Elected down to C-bet. Now 4 on the turn. Carson checks it over. Greg can easily find a bluff here. He would check back ace high a good portion of the time on that flop.
It was his girlfriend or like.
Fired out a small bet. Carson's going to look him up. If Greg keeps telling that story, might get away with it. Instead, after the river comes out,
All the other DJs.
Greg, maybe thinking Carson was trapping in there, just checks it back rather than fire the trigger. Carson's 9s get to take down a pot. I don't know if they could have put up with the resistance if Greg fired out a big bet or not. Guess we'll never know.
No, the Cedar Virginia is not opening big, 2 5s.
So Lex was on the stream too, or the list. I didn't see him.
Yeah, he was like 11th, and I think he didn't want to come. He was 11th, which is our power. See if he was
Oh.
gonna get-
Action folded around to Gill in the cutoff. Bumps up to 75. Roadhouse out of the small blind. Another easy 3-bet spot for him after he looked down at ace-queen. Gill with a pair. Gonna go set mining, putting in the call. Just those two heads up to the king 7 tray rainbow flop. Roadhouse elects not to c-bet. Checks it over to Gill. Happy to check it back with his deuces. Now, Rainbow completing 5 on the turn. Looks like Roadhouse is going to put out the delayed c-bet now. Gill, a non-believer, immediately reaches for chips. Happy to flick in the call with his deuces.
He was coming to Jacksonville, but then Dallas had some sort of series come like
Board
out of
pairing
nowhere.
5
They've
on the
been
river.
there, like, Dallas has been popping off. They've just been making like little series, like last minute.
See if Roadhouse wants to
Pop off.
fire out another big bet here.
I guess he's in Dallas.
Does have the best non-pair hand in the ace-queens. A little bit of showdown value, but
Starting out already.
it looks like he's going to try to push Gill off of a hand just like he has. And he fired out immediate snap call by Gill.
Not much.
Well, exactly.
One of the quickest calls.
Fucking Gil.
seen in quite some time as Gill gets to rake it in. Picks his spot well, picks off the bluff from Roadhouse.
Dare fucking call clock on me.
You don't act this, so.
That's not true.
No.
That wasn't slow.
I don't think you're slow at it.
Finish that sentence.
No, no.
Johannes is slower than me.
Great.
You see Dave open things up from under the gun.
Only a poker. Only a poker. Only a poker action.
Clockman was reaching.
Roadhouse, the only caller from the button with the queen at 6 suited. We're going to play along with Dave's mystery hand here as it came down Jack, Jack 5. Action went check, check. No c-bet. No flop, and now
You didn't
Dave
think about it. Like, you
for
turned
the
up
5
when
pairs
he
on the
was
turn. Going to fire out the delayed continuation bet.
I think you
Roadhouse reading that for weakness. Going to put in the call. Going to try and steal a 1 away here on the river. Let's come down King of Diamonds.
Okay, check the flop, top set. Wants me to bet. No, I'm not gonna
Dave throwing out a tiny bet, 125. There's a little bit of a blocker bet size here.
5 river and solidify.
Roadhouse.
I have a book.
Till he
You leveled that very
really
well.
wanted to put in a raise and maybe try to steal it away, but
Lee owned and Hunter owned.
he doesn't think that Dave was bluffing there.
Person owned.
He's putting on a small value bet. Just let it go.
It's so good to see read Hunter's book.
So we'll never know. We'll never know what Dave had there.
Read Hunter's book.
It's a quick update with Day 1B going on right now in our main event of our Winter Open. 95 entries as we have in real time hit the dinner break.
I actually gave it to somebody.
And yeah, at the moment, the prize pool is sitting at around 226,000. So getting closer and closer to that 300K guarantee in the prize pool, which, judging by these numbers and judging by yesterday or tomorrow happening, I'm sure we are going to hit that.
And then some.
Yeah.
Both and then some.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be all over the place.
All right, so getting caught back up here. Gil has a flush draw.
Yeah, and looks to semi-bluff it on the turn after everybody checked through that flop. Perfect time to take a stab. Stab is successful. You just drag it in.
Vegas trips coming up?
Friday.
Through when?
What?
Through when?
Oh, that's like 8 days because I'm going for, like, I always go during the Super Bowl.
Of course, they will play till the end of level 14,
The top of this, right after that, so I'm staying in town. So timing's good.
which is most likely what will happen. Or
Where do you
I
usually
believe when it's a certain player
It's
percentage.
always
I don't
like
remember what it is off the top of my head. I'm trying to look that up right now.
What's that?
Usually in the main event, it's hard to hit that player percentage. Yeah.
Yeah,
Usually,
12.5%.
usually day ones end up around the 20% mark.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, they're more play will end at the end of 14 levels. 9 times out of 10. So unfortunately, not everyone that makes day 2 will be in the money, but still a chance. Flush draw for Dave on his flop. Same with
Yeah, and
Miguel.
Miguel.
Miguel with a straight flush draw. However, Dave holding that 5 of hearts, so it's going to be a little hard for Miguel to hit that.
Could have seen that one spice up with both players having straight and flush draws, but instead they were both trying to trap, maybe put in a check raise. His action check through. Now Dave takes the immediate lead on the turn. Greg,
Two
meanwhile,
pair.
turn 2 pair, yeah. So he's going nowhere. Only puts in the call. So Miguel's going to read this as a little bit of weakness. Puts in the raise with his combo draw.
At least I like it better.
And we know Dave's going nowhere. Might be pretty handcuffed to just calling the way this has played out so far.
Extra large.
It'll be intriguing to see what Greg does when it gets back to him.
It looks like it fits, though.
Yeah, it does. That's the thing.
Dave weighing his options.
The other one's a medium and it's big. I mean, there's
Might even put in the rarely seen 3-bet. That's what he's
a
going
3
with.
bet.
Yeah, and probably easy to imagine,
2K.
other than exactly 5-6 of hearts, there's not a lot of, there's no chance Miguel would have flopped the straight and slow played it with a flush draw on board. Obviously, you're holding the 5 of hearts, so you know you can't have it. So he's trying to apply pressure, thinking Miguel maybe turned, you know, something like a pair of kings with king-queen. He's not putting Miguel on a draw-type hand, otherwise he would happily see the river, try to cooler him. Do you see Miguel put in the call? And wow.
6 does put a 4-liner out there.
Dave hits the straight, so he'll suddenly be betting for value in this river. It's going to be tough to get looked up the way this hand's played out, but how, man, Miguel only has a half pot size bet behind. It's just going to be a go for the maximum here. So we see Dave fire it out about what Miguel's chip stack is. Surprised we saw Greg get out there so quickly on that turn.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty disciplined fold by Greg. It's not the Greg we're used to seeing.
Well, you see, you know, a lead, a raise, and a 3-bet. It's usually indicative of pretty much the nuts.
Right.
Dave just having the greatest combination ever to rep having the nuts.
Yeah, I didn't go. I was in Vegas, but I didn't go to
Tex, I did not. Did not. Probably maybe sometime after the series is done, where we got a little bit of free time to where we could maybe try that out, maybe. But yeah, we haven't had the time to really do that with the tournament series going and things like that. All right, Don with ducks.
last year was.
So Don raised it up. Gil initially limped in. So Don trying to isolate the limper. Unsuccessful to go 4 ways to this flop.
9-7 tray.
And top pair for Greg.
Yeah.
Gonna check it over. See if Don puts out the continuation bet, which he's not going to do multi-way.
How deep you guys are on the social medias.
I mean, I would assume.
Yeah, that's a heart. So Dave now with the nut flush draw, in addition to the pair of 8s that he turned.
Who are those people?
Glad you asked.
Greg firing out.
Who's that one?
2/3 pot size bet, trying to charge a hand exactly like Dave has.
Okay.
That's what happens if we see Dave put in the call. But disastrous for Greg when the 6 of hearts falls on the river. Dave sitting here with the nut flush.
No, this is it's something else.
Okay.
I haven't watched it.
Check it over. Dave trying to figure out if he can squeeze any sort of value out from Greg. Fires out a bet here, hoping to get looked up, and then Greg with the quick fold, holding no heart in his hand. Back-to-back pots for Dave.
She is. Blake invited Justin Baldoni over to the house, right? Hey, come by. The worst go over the script. She's trying to make her own changes. It's her lines, the script, his whole movie that he wrote. And Taylor Swift just happened to show up. And so did Ryan Reynolds. And it was like to bully him into changing the script, Except Taylor Swift didn't know. She was like, oh, I'm just showing up. I didn't know what was going on with that. So she's removed herself from all of that. I'd be curious if she's at the Super Bowl.
I bet you like 5K she's there.
I would assume she's in her
So James, so good to see you in the Facebook chat. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for hanging out.
Champ is here.
She has a boyfriend.
She's not having a good time, buddy.
Pair of 8s for Greg. And Greg's been hitting these flops. It's just the rest of the run out that's not been good for him.
And Gil hoping to hit one of those good runouts. He sits here with the gut shot straight draw, in addition to his pair of 6s. Gonna put in the call after he checks it over to Greg.
You do.
You're accusing us of the YouTube.
Queen on the turn. Both players happy to check. Now Jack on the river. If Gil tries to rep anything here, he might be able to steal it. Instead, he's got some showdown value. Likes to check it over. Greg happy to check back and show his pair of 8s, which are best.
Wish I had a cat, period.
But again, you were saying another pretty gross run out for Greg's hand.
Oh, no, you're welcome for my service. So, $100 she's not there?
Yeah, $100.
No, I'm saying she's not going to be there.
No, I'm saying she's $100. Next time I see you, so 2 years.
Yeah, if he loses, he's never coming back.
Come and go, I feel. This is not an issue.
Under the gun, King Queen for Roadhouse. Going to go ahead and put in the raise to 150. Greg, who
Running, you think she's gonna be there?
does put in the call. Queen tray suited.
And Greg straddled his hand pre-flops. That's why we saw him put in the call, closing the action.
It's a complicated story.
Not something you'd normally see a call out for the cutoff, but given the fact he was last to act, easy defend.
I followed Candace Owens, you know who she is?
I know who she is.
Action just continuing to check through.
Man, ugly board again. Double paired board. King high for Roadhouse.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Candace Owens? She talks about a lot of things, but she's for some reason following this whole Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively, Taylor Swift.
Oh. Taylor Swift is part of
All right, well, 30 minutes down.
Yeah.
What does she have to do with anything?
Do
Here
some
on the
counting.
Blake Lively
Yeah, let's
invited
take a
her
look
to
at
the
some
house
stats.
while she had Baldoni over
Show the VPIPs first. Yeah, Roadhouse, not surprising. Up there as far as VPIPs go. Greg up there as well. Dave and Gil. Actually, kind of rare to see Dave this high in the VPIP. Not surprised about Roadhouse, Greg, and Gil being up there, but that's the way things look as we have hit 30 minutes on the live stream.
You're right, I don't want to know.
Then once the hand closes out, we'll show the earnings.
Who's up, who's down. And
Right now, Dave, yeah, that big hand against Miguel, where Dave got a lot of that.
that's how we see Miguel. Miguel down there, stuck the most on the night. Courtesy of that big hand you're talking about.
There's no way she's not going to miss.
Gil, Carson, both up over a little over 1,000 already.
Gil bluff cat Roadhouse in one hand.
Oh yeah, the big bluff catch from Gil. Well, it was most of it, and that's why we see him and Roadhouse kind of in the same boat, you know, reverse.
Yeah.
One up, one down. Courtesy of that big pot.
So it looks like we're going back into the Piolos streets.
Looks like they're electing to do the double board PLO bomb pots on every dealer change.
It's lovely to see all the cards. 987 on the top, 10-5 tray on the bottom.
A lot of players with diamond draws up top. Got 3 players, all sit on diamonds. Nut flush, second nut flush, third nut flush. Whew. Diamond comes out, could get spicy.
It's crazy that Johannes has a set of trays on the bottom board.
Yeah, along with nut flush up top. That's why we
But
see him apply max pressure
But,
here.
but it's showing that he only has 7% equity
For now.
for now.
He's got a lot of fold equity though.
Yeah, now you see that equity jumped.
Yeah, so he's clearing out all these hands, and now he'll be able to keep applying pressure too on some more favorable runouts. Wow, action on Dave.
It's one thing that's,
Holding that second nut flush draw and straight draw up top. I mean, this,
and he's got 2 pair on the bottom board, 10-5.
so he's going nowhere. Greg, ton of draws on both boards as well. Going to put in the call. So 3 ways after that big raise. All 3 players with that diamond flush draw.
Just like that, you see 3,200 in the middle in this double board bomb pot here.
Could get some spicy turns as it comes down. No, hearts, 7 of hearts. So start on Dave.
So now Greg has 2 pair up top. And then pair of 7s on the bottom. He's going to check around. 10 of hearts up top, 4 on the diamond. This is going to be a scoop for Greg.
Yes. Absolutely
Straight.
beautiful runouts, yeah.
Well, we were just talking about how the runouts have been terrible for him, but this is golden for him in this double board bomb pot.
Yeah, all gets made up to him in the end. Happily trade losing a couple small pots for this big one right here.
Yeah, absolutely. What a run out.
He is not holding the nuts on either board. But he does in fact fire full pot anyway.
Yeah,
Thought we saw. I was curious to see if he might go with a little bit of a smaller size, given the fact, you know, any flush beats him down low. King Jack beats him up top.
Now, this is the thing with
6-8 could beat him down low. But
this is the thing with Greg. Like, you have this feeling that he definitely may have hit something on here, but
don't see how Dave's going to think about it too long. Those were terrible runouts for his hand.
Wow.
Yeah, like you're saying,
What a
beautiful run out for Greg.
Yeah.
Always fun to see Greg scoop a big pot too, because you know that those chips are
they're in play.
In play, and they'll drive some action too.
They are never going to be in that imaginary glass case. So, nice scoop there for Greg.
You in?
I got you. I have to hold the chase.
Dinner break?
I'm gonna blind my wedding flag.
You're hilarious.
25 and 6.
I bet you he doesn't find his way to a bag.
Whatever.
Call 6, 7. Call in the 8, fold in the 9. 75. Alright, we got 5 now.
Pretty action flop. They went 5 ways. You got Greg with the second nut flush draw, Gil with a straight draw, plus backdoor spades. Carson second pair, Roadhouse second pair. Greg immediately led for a pretty large bet. That's why we see Gil as the only caller. Everybody else getting out of the way. Well, 9 of spades on the turn. There's Gil adds the flush draw.
And now we just chop this up.
Greg gonna assemble the bet. For that price, Gil's gonna put in the call, and like you said, here we go to a chop. Everybody gets a nice little chuckle of somehow these two both river to queen.
Yep.
Don, what book did you bring us today?
7 Eves.
Is that part of the series you're reading?
Summer's Eve?
John's just over there just blazing through the romance novels.
I mean, that's what made the joke a lot of funnier.
It actually was.
The moon explodes in this one, though, so.
Because of the fairies.
It's not that serious.
Call in the
It got way too girly.
Pull 6, 7. Call in the 8, fold in the 9,
I
25.
had to check myself out of that. I'll be
So
serious.
Dave mixing a limp here with the ace-10.
Check. Take it back.
Nobody wants to step out and try to steal it away. Gil limps in. Carson happy to check his option.
King 10-7 flop, so a 10 for Dave. He's going to check around though. 8 on the turn.
Check. Check.
Queen on the river. 10 is going to be good for Dave. He's going to check around the entire way. That's going to be the end of that one.
Everybody's going to mentally take note of Dave limping in there with the ace-10 rather than raising it up. One of those things where it's a small pot and a small hand, but players at this level are going to take that information, stash it away. Might add up to something later on.
Fold in the 4. Fold 6. 35 and 7. Fold 8, 9.
Just ship each other all the prize pulls.
It's your turn. It's your turn.
After Johannes raises it up, Roadhouse looking down at a premium and ace-queen. Unfortunate timing for him as he does put in the 3-bet. It's going to run into Johannes' ace-king. See if Johannes wants to put in the warm 4-bet. Johannes was pretty quiet in terms of action so far on stream.
600.
making up for some of that lost time here as he does put in the 4-bet to 600. Roadhouse has been pretty active. So he thinks that Johannes is maybe trying to take advantage of his more aggressive nature. Goes for the 5-bet shove. Seal. Johannes knows that I've been 3-betting a lot, so that's maybe why he's 4-betting me here. So gonna just take it back, but fortunate for him that Johannes wakes up with top of range and ace-king.
Got pair? Your head.
All right, so.
Queen ball for Roadhouse.
Wow.
No 10.
No 10
So
indeed.
Roadhouse takes the first run out.
Yeah, they did agree to 2 runouts. See if they end up chopping it or if Roadhouse can spike it again. It's pretty safe for Johannes so far.
Both his queens are still alive.
Opportunity here.
There's going to be a chop.
Roadhouse very happy to chop that one up. No, most players would be.
Considering he was behind, and yeah, if he hits that queen on the flop, he can kind of rest easy a little bit on that run out.
Always great to win the first one.
Yeah.
They all say it, but it's also very true.
I usually run it twice. People don't want to. I don't feel like super strongly, but I generally run it twice. If people don't want to run it twice.
Don, one more red chip.
Run twice if I'm behind. Thank you.
It's always interesting to hear the philosophies on that, why some people run it once, some people run it twice. Some people want the max pain, others, you know, I guess want to give it more variance, another chance to keep a player in maybe. It's always interesting to hear what, how players kind of view those.
The old classic different strokes for different folks.
Yep.
Some people want, a lot of times early in games, sometimes running it once can create a little bit more variance, steam some players up. Might depend if you're trying to have your opponents worried about running it once and busting. That's probably not the case with this group. I did see Gil initially lead here. Greg calling with top pair. We're going to be playing along with Gil. Can't see what he has. He did limp in pre. Greg was in the straddle.
206 and folded.
Greg's going to be able to take it down. Marvel Allen saying no chops. Bowling Dude also in favor of only running it once. I think as the viewers over here, you know, we all prefer max pain. Shakes the game up a little bit more. You see somebody get stacked, sometimes they open up, play a little bit crazier in response, have a shot at putting one tilt. Meanwhile, after Don raised it, Dave just called with the aces, trying to trap, maybe praying Greg would squeeze behind him. Greg did not, though. So off to an ace-high flop. So top set for Dave. Continues to check over to Don, who did raise the button, trying to steal the blinds. That's why we see Don put out the continuation bet here after flopping second pair. Dave goes with a small check raise now, trying to pump some money into this pot. Fortunately, he's kind of hogging the entire board. Don only with second pair. Gonna have to just let it go. And Dave trying to play a little frisky there. Fortunate for him that nobody else had much of a hand.
Lowers the chances that I had an ace there. Fucking jacks in the muck. Something didn't smell right.
How's that even possible?
Marvel Allen saying he should have just called with top set. I think he could have. At the same time, there's always a chance that Don had something like King Queen, King 10. He would have raised, any Broadway cards from the button. So on the off chance that he's got a straight draw, maybe you want to charge it a little bit. You're out of position. Hard to dictate the size of the pot moving forward.
No wonder he's off the market.
I think if you're gonna, I think I agree with you though. If you're gonna tell the story and under-rep your hand pre-flop, then you might as well just see it all the way through. I also have the benefit of seeing what Don was holding. And Dave did not. So meanwhile here, I see Greg really mixing it up with a 3-bet with 7 tray offsuit. Carson does flop top pair after calling pre. Greg leads. Carson's gonna pretty happily put in the call, see what develops on the turn. Board pairing 9. Greg now slowing down. Checks it over to Carson. Carson electing to go for some value here. Greg pretty quickly lets it go. Could have seen Carson go both ways there. Maybe check back for pot control. At the same time, a lot of different draws available on that board. Good to charge him in case Greg had any sort of straight draw, flush draw. So we're going to see Greg throw the button straddle on here. Forcing this game to open up.
Straddle gonna be starting on the small.
It's like a really weird game because there's a lot of shots there.
It's not like a 1-2
Roadhouse electing just to limp in with the pocket 6s. After Gill initially limped in with the Jack 9 suited.
It's really weird because you have 5 calls.
Greg happy to check his options. So 3 ways we're going to go to the flop. Down King 8-5. Not much of anything for any of these players that quickly checks through to a deuce on the turn. Gill did add a flush draw on that turn. Looks not to throw out a stab as off to the river we went, and Roadhouse's 6s are going to be best.
I think it's pretty possible, but it's pretty boring too. I lose more money on this. It's fun because it's I have to face the whole table every time. You can't get the pot. There's no real poker. You just can't wait till you have to say you go and you know what? It's pocket 6s on an ace-9. None of it's. I'm all in. Fucking power 6s. No, they're 6. But you're battling that 4 ways. If you get a little more respect, you still get more. You still get big.
Oh, that is. Hey, yeah, I do. Chase, I need a new deck. Fold 2, 3, 4.
Good to see Roadhouse initially throw the under the gun straddle on his hand. Action over on Greg. Looks down an ace. So he is going to pretty happily open things up. Goes with a raise to 150. Back to Roadhouse. He's going to defend that straddle with the Queen 9, putting in the call. It'll just be him and Greg heads up to the flop. Roadhouse does flop an open ender. Checks over to Greg, who puts out the pretty large C bet. Roadhouse puts in the call. Turns a queen, so Roadhouse with top pair and straight draw. Actually went check to a king on the river. Roadhouse assembling a pretty blocker value bet, dictating the price rather than checking over and let Greg either check back or fire out a large bet if he has a king after Greg lets it go. Roadhouse gets to drag in another pot. Straddle defense does well.
He's one of my aces.
One of your aces. You folded both correctly.
Big flop.
again to appreciate everybody hanging out with us tonight. Coming to you live from Best Bet here in Jacksonville, Florida.
Can I get a quick
10:25, no limit hold'em game here on stream. Main event of our winter series happening in the background. The live stream of that final table here on Sunday night.
Yes. Gotta dip the Twix in the water.
A pretty fun, successful series. The last week and a half. Saw a huge event won last weekend wrap up on stream with one player winning it outright. No chops, no deals. Took home 72K off of a $400 buy-in. Gonna be fun to see who takes home the main event this weekend. Now, got the high stakes cash game going tonight. Carson raises it up with the ace queen. See a lot of respect for that under the gun raise as Johannes pretty quickly mucked ace jack. Miguel with ace 9 suited, gonna put in the call out of the small. Gil was happy to defend his button with the 9-8. Roadhouse letting go of the 4 high. So they go off to a 8-6-5 rainbow flop. Gil flops best with top pair and gut shot straight draw. Miguel on the same straight draw. You see Gil fire out when it checks over. Carson elected not to continuation bet to 2 opponents, especially on this board. Gil's bet takes it down.
That'd be new to me.
I think it was St. Augustine didn't they give out a ticket or something like that?
Like I said, it didn't used to be that way. When you just show your ticket, you get the meal.
Dog's just telling you that he's old.
This is why I don't play tournaments anymore. For the principle. It's tilting the micro charges. That's how they get you.
What kind of food do they serve? From outside or from here?
No, it's from here.
It's from here. They cook it. It's decent too. It's good.
I hope they cook it. I hope they don't give it to you raw.
It's not like they. My point is they don't sushi.
Sushi is nice to cook.
75 is right.
Now we see Miguel try to steal the blinds from the button, raising up with the jack 4 suited. Roadhouse. Pretty hand and queen jack suited puts in the call. Carson with suited connectors of his own. He's gonna try to squeeze and steal this one away here, putting in the 3 bet. Goes big, happy to take this one down. We got 450 to go. Roadhouse though, not one to let anybody get away with thievery, putting in the call.
Yesterday.
Both players in here.
Oh, yeah, it's full now.
Suited connected hands. The flop whiffs them both. 4 tray, 2 hearts. Not much for either player, but Carson gonna put out the continuation bet. A little under 1/3 pot when he bets 300 into 975. See if Roadhouse wants to float here. 2 overcards, backdoor clubs. That's what he does. Puts in the call. Going to a 10 on the turn. Roadhouse checks again. Let's see if Carson continues bluffing at it here. Obviously holding just 9 high. Only way we win this pot is with aggression. Fires out for 600, and that's going to be enough to get it done. Saw Roadhouse kind of give him the glance. They didn't believe him, but just queen high. No draw to go with it. Has to let it go.
This cannot be the one
Oh, you had 8s.
that finishes the mark
Hear a little exchange there. Roadhouse
on the table.
trying to pick Carson's brain, figure out what he was holding there.
Oh, 75 and 6. Like a boot?
Not the boots, but
307.
yeah, the 1B.
Greg opened it up. We see an immediate 3 bet from Johannes with pocket jacks. Everybody else out of the way. Greg happy to put in the call. The suited wheel ace and ace deuce of clubs. There's Either of these two heads up to the flop. Flop comes down, 7-7 tray.
I don't think it aids.
Rainbow board, Johannes. Pocket jacks far and away in the lead. So he throws out continuation bet. 400 is enough for Greg to quickly let it go. Johannes shows you how to play pocket jacks.
No. Although I kind of want to try to this time, like on a 2-2 stream. I would.
Not for like.
Yeah. Just see what happens.
That's why where I want to get to, but unfortunately that was expensive. So
Was the girl that did that for a tournament and won it? Like, was it? The girl with sunglasses. I forget her name. No, it was like Overshot or something like that.
no, I know.
50.
But I mean,
She's European.
Very respectable.
That's just the first thing I think of when she played both.
Yeah, well, she played the back in the day, the NBC like heads up tournament or whatever. And that was one of the things they said, like, oh, she played a tournament blind. I didn't want to.
I like the comment that said about a guy, like, never have I ever met a guy, like, in my life, that healthy disrespect to my It's a very funny comment.
Turn here. Gil checking again over to Roadhouse. See if Roadhouse can continue getting looked up light by Gil. Saw Gil put in the super light bluff catch call earlier. Elects not to go for it here, so he is right this time, as he was last time.
Well, I didn't want to get clock called on me.
Call money on stream, didn't you?
All the time. It's either that or it's like who's going. I don't know. I watch these pros on TV. They tank for a while.
Didn't you play too slow?
Huh?
Chat dude? Chat?
No. When the crew, they usually come down. They did this thing that's been going on for a long time. Actually, one of our friends that passed away in December, he plays in the stream.
Oh,
He used to say, whose go is it? Like, when people took like any longer than like 3 seconds to act on any stream.
It's up to you guys. You guys want to chop or play? How much?
He was famous for doing it in like super massive pots too, where it was just really, really weird spots. To lighten the mood for everybody but the person that's, you know, in the spot.
If you don't want to, no, I'll just do whatever. I don't care.
I'm just saying, you
It's
know,
not gonna be fun just to.
I like
Plus this deuce was gone.
I'll just raise you.
Oh, here.
feel it's true for you as well. I don't you care so much. I can even you this, you know, you're gonna write an Instagram post after this. How much?
You're gonna make a TikTok about it.
I don't know. I'm too old school. Precious one.
No, I don't know. 150. I don't really think 150.
The only thing I have left over is
I saw it Facebook.
After Gil put in the straddle, Dave raised it up from the button. Everybody else out of the way. Gil going to defend. Both players sharing hearts. Dave's ace-king obviously in the lead.
What does it take to get blocked?
Down 10 tray. Gil's checked it over. Let's see if Dave wants a continuation bet. Sure enough, he does, and Gil quickly letting it go.
I saw the Instagram account. I saw an Instagram reel, and I really thought of you. I really should have saved it, so I could have sent it to you. It was the differences of gaming between 2025 and 2010.
I'm trying to jump over a laser.
How long is it?
Sweaty bastards online.
Yeah. I didn't know what you said.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. You have a headache.
He's been putting it on for the past 10 minutes.
No, I put it on this morning, man.
All on, all in.
Needed it.
I definitely tried the peppermint.
He's doing that wild look.
Yeah.
Rarely seen walk given to Greg there. He struggled it up in late position.
Yeah, the new one doesn't have it. I took it out because I wanted to sell it in more places.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
What made you get into this? I think it was.
Well, I'm a pharmacist, so I do pain management. So I started a topicals, muscle, nerve, menstrual.
Carson with a suited ace. First act, gets to bump it up. Makes it 150. Over the $50 under the gun straddle. Greg with a 9-8, happy to put in the call.
I actually kind of malpractice.
Gil with suited connectors. Very happy to attend this party. Puts in the 150 and Roadhouse. 7-6 closing the action. Easy call for him.
I like comments.
Off we go 4 ways. For 150 apiece. You see an ace, jack, 5. All hard flop. Checks all the way out to Greg. He's going to take a stab here. Gil just bottom pair and 2 opponents behind. Pretty quickly lets it go. Roadhouse gets out of there. Carson pretty quickly letting go of weaker ace. Not a fun board to continue on. Kicker issues and holding no heart. Saw Greg get away with one there.
Okay.
Watching right now, every player throwing in the 50.
He's not folding the king 10 of hearts. You do a king 10.
Every dealer change. Players have elected to do a double board PLO bomb pot.
What do you want? Like 50? Green or what?
You want to raise it?
What? You want some green?
What's some green?
He's such a smart guy.
Oh, you're right, good catch.
John was about to play a bomb pod.
And then you start reading? You don't even care?
No.
Don cannot be tempted into playing these bomb pots, especially the PLO variety.
Are you just reading for like your fans?
Imagine somebody reading on live stream.
I've never seen it.
Horrible.
I've never seen it.
Who was the receiver that read? Like, was it Anthony Brown? So I think
Always breaking new ground, Greg.
Don got inspired.
People watching.
That's for
Me
the
read.
ladies. It's for the ladies.
It's like some ASMR thing, just watch Don read. Got 5 new subscribers today, guys.
You should somehow like you engaged in the game, you know?
People in the chat are saying it's rude.
Well, the action catches up. See, just Roadhouse and Gil off to the turns.
Reading at the table.
People in chat say all kind of.
I know. It's ridiculous to think.
They're mean. Like I was eating, but I said, "Oh my God, how dare you eat such cream?" It's kind of
That.
like who cares? Like, you guys have these switch coming up.
You got an ace on both? Well, yeah, I can't see it.
Yeah.
Straight on the bottom of the jack. Or there's no straight.
All right, after a couple different graphic errors there, we are going to see Roadhouse scoop this pot. Gil is not splitting it, and Roadhouse has the ace of spades. Ace of spades is not on the board. It was the ace of clubs, but in the end, Roadhouse scoops this one. Takes it down as Gil does not have 3 of a kind 9s, only able to play 2 cards out of his hand. Pretty anticlimactic PLO bomb pot. Seen some doozies earlier.
Yeah, you did.
That one, though, not so much. We get back underway. Carson opens things up under the gun with the pocket tens. By one, we see Fields over to Gill's button. Pretty happily puts in the call. Got a pocket pair of his own in sixes. Roadhouse out of the big with a suited ace, ace nine. He's electing to 3-bet it. He's picking up on. We've seen Carson raise under the gun a good portion of the time tonight. It comes down to just what hands he's woken up with, more so than any sort of aggressive nature. But obviously, we have the benefit of seeing the cards. Maybe Roadhouse thinks Carson's starting to open up a little bit wider. Puts in a lighter 3-bet. Fortunately, flop came jack, 5 deuce. Carson's tens are still best. Throws out a C-bet when check 2. Roadhouse, non-believer, going to put in the call. So go off to 7 of spades, completes the rainbow on the turn. Checks it over once more now. After Carson checks it back, it's board pairing jack on the river. Roadhouse not taking the bait, firing out a river bet. Maybe Carson would have liked to see. Carson fires out a half pot size bet, 1K into 2K. Easily look this up with ace high. Said Roadhouse thinks better of it. Good for him, he does. Carson had the best hand. These two have kind of clashed a couple times recently. We'll see if that continues through the night.
You had to do it all over again.
Oh, I would. Yeah, because I had different. I wanted to do something different.
I think you kind of did something pretty unique.
Yeah, I just.
Why if you keep that,
was going.
I
don't know how thin I was going.
All right, we got to see Don open it up. Greg electing not to 3-bet with the ace-queen suited. Sneaky call. Greg, one of the more aggressive players. You would expect any big hand to put in the 3-bet. Underrepresented here. So Roadhouse falls with the deuces, hoping to spike a set. Go off 3 ways to a flop. Jack 8 tray, 2 hearts. So Don was dominated by Greg, but now flops top pair. Throws out the C-bet. Greg happy to call. Deuces shrivel up and go into the muck for Roadhouse. We see an 8 of diamonds on the turn. So Greg now with the nut flush draw. Don was the pre-flop raiser. Throw out a C-bet on the flop. No reason to slow down here. Sure enough, we see Don throw out. Another 2/3 pot size bet. Firing out 400. Greg putting in the call, looking to spike an ace, a diamond. Instead, it's the 5 of hearts. It falls in the river. You can see Don's hand is best. See if Don fires out a value bet here. If the 5 of hearts slows it down, it was the front door flush that came in. Did check it over. Greg checks back his ace high. Don's going to get the good news. This Jack stayed best for the hand. See Greg throw the $50 straddle on this hand. Gill limping with the suited connectors. Roadhouse with suited connectors of his own. Same kind, 7-6. Gonna raise it up from the button. Greg defends his straddle pretty liberally here. 10-4 offsuit. Gill sneaking in a limp raise. He's at 350 to go. All three players going to stick around. We go off to the flop. 8-8 tray. Greg actually in the lead with 10 high right now. Just going to come down to who bluffs at it first. It's going to be Gill firing out the continuation bet. Gets through one opponent. Now over to Greg. Just 10 high, has to let it go. Gill's aggression.
We should show the panda there.
Takes it down.
The panda. 5 deuce off.
How do you not know the panda? You know that.
I don't know anything else. For all these years now.
You play PLO with Lee all the time.
Yeah. The restaurant Lee or restaurant Lee?
Here we go. I get so confused.
We're now
No, it's Master Lee. Master Lee.
Thank you.
There's Restaurant Lee and Master Lee.
You know Lee owns the restaurant.
I got restaurant. Okay, I know Purple Lee.
That's why it's so fucking confusing.
So I call him Purple Lee.
Purple Lee.
Purple cheese on my t-shirt.
See, you know. Purple Lee.
Purple Lee is also Master Lee or Master Lee.
I met Chick-fil-A Carter the other week. Nobody told me he was German.
What?
Like, why is he? I was like, why is he called Chick-fil-A Carter? Because he used to work at Chick.
I thought he still worked.
Hate to interrupt the table chat, but Panda's breaking out here as we saw Miguel open.
Told me they live in Germany.
After Roadhouse calls, Greg put in the 3-bet with 9s. Miguel with the pocket kings. Just to put in the warm 4-bet.
I thought they were lying to me when
Greg getting a great price to go set mining. Does put in the call.
And he brought in an actual uniform.
He'll be hoping to spike a 9, crack at Miguel's kings. We go off to the flop. No 9 on board with 3 clubs. As it comes down 10-7 4. Greg, the only player holding a club.
Wait, Chick-fil-A Kyle's a real guy.
Yeah, this is a real
I
guy.
just thought you were making it up.
No.
Greg
Yeah, he played this.
fires out 700. Not checking inflow over to Miguel.
Nosebleeds. Cash game.
Nice, he gets to name his own price. We see Miguel with red kings, has to just put in the call. Now queen of clubs, so Greg gets there.
No.
He continues betting.
We call him shook tight.
Firing out about 1/3 pot size bet.
Shook tight. Because somebody was saying something about how his
Brutal spot when you have an overpair, but 4-to flush on board.
Yeah, his
See what
last name
Miguel wants to
Shook,
do.
too.
Oh, okay. That's even better.
So I think it fits.
I don't know. He can get pretty loose sometimes.
I mean, he has different gears sometimes. When he's not tilted, he's usually shook tight.
Greg, a more active, bluff-happy player. We've seen one here earlier.
It wasn't me doing.
Always see Miguel actually put in the call here against a tighter opponent. Probably seen Miguel get out of there. After he puts in the call, let's get a brick on the river. Action goes check, check, and Greg gets a takedown over 5K in this pot. Cracking Miguel's kings. Oof.
You guys want to do a round of straddles on me?
Yeah, that'll work.
Starting with me.
Yeah, sure.
No time to
I'm not going to straddle.
drown your sorrows after the king's getting cracked. Miguel looks down at ace-jack,
Take it and then
raising it up over the $50 straddle, makes it 150 to go. Folds all the way around to the blinds. Greg just clashed with Miguel last hand, putting in the call at the king, 6 of spades. See if he can try to get the best of it again. Gill closing the action with the 7-6, happy to call as well. Comes down 10-7 tray.
Gill does hit a 7. It's going to check around. 10 pairs the board.
I don't think Gill's going to check this time. After Miguel checked back that flop. Board pairing the top card on the turn. Gill pretty sure his hand is best, which it is. See Miguel put in the call with the ace high.
40K starting?
Yeah, 30. So going back to 12.
River, see in just a minute. Deuce of hearts. Kill 7, going to be good.
Well, no, it's 40-minute levels, so you get like.
The players should be returning back from the dinner break momentarily here. 95 entries was what we last saw for the day 1B field. We'll have one more day tomorrow, day 1C. Cards will be in the air at noon. I'm sure that will be the bigger field. Just a reminder, we will have the final tables for you on Sunday night.
It's when it's like a, you know, a small, well, not this is small. But I'm saying like, when it's like everyone's like 3,000, you get a guy like 4.5 hours. That's 3. Okay, I gave you that.
10, 9, 8, all spades. Who has Queen Jack? Nobody.
That is having it.
Says a 10 for Gil and Carson, but Carson's going to take this down.
And a 7. No spades.
You had 10-7? Yeah. Wow. Folded. Good to try. 10-7 diamonds.
I feel like you did not have that, except, well, no, 7 might have been a club.
Check the stream. Definitely had it.
Bathroom break incoming for Gil, maybe.
No, you would have put too much pressure. You're too good at the game. You would have put me exactly on what I had. Tank for an hour is total.
Nate would call clock on you.
Wait for it. Please call it. I encourage it.
All right, Ace King for Dave. Put in the raise the 150. Greg called. Roadhouse. That's a pretty big 3-bet. 1075.
It's kind of a misclick, actually, but yeah, it's good. I don't know why I was thinking it was a bigger. Probably somebody 3-bet.
Roadhouse said kind of a misclick, but it's gonna work.
Thought he was going to run into it there, but Dave, let's go with the ace king.
Robbie's ahead. I would have been forced to win that and apologize, not pay his money back.
How was
It's the only way to play
He was
that.
hitting. He was going to get his 4. It would have been like an ace, deuce, 3 flop. Turn 5. Upset.
Also, guys, the February schedules are out for all 3 rooms. Big multi-flight event happening over at Best Bet Orange Park, Mike Kruger's house.
Yeah, was it the 3rd weekend in February, doing the multi-day GoPo? Let you guys take a break from the multi-day tournament to get your fill.
Yeah.
This week and last.
Yeah, I know.
It's our turn to take a shot.
Counting the number of hands up.
Yeah, 50K guarantee, $200 buy-in. I think satellites will be taking place as well. To try to get into those
Yeah,
flights.
3
as
days
well.
leading up.
Yeah. So you can go back to the street.
Should be fun. Don't worry, it's not over the same weekend as Valentine's Day. I'm making you choose
The stream's counting how many
between your 2 loves, poker and
half a paragraph.
girlfriend or wife, or whatever it may be.
I said you're counting how many hands he plays. The stream
Be
chat.
that weekend after. But you do have the itch to play on Valentine's Day, and all 3 rooms we're doing a Royal Flush and Hearts promotion.
Yep.
For the love, for the love.
I think 4 in total.
Actually, be pretty sick.
Like max 4.
Yeah, 5K payouts if you hit a Heart Royal Flush using 2 cards, just on top of the normal high hands that day.
And I believe if it's a if you hit a 1-card Royal with the hearts, it'll be a $500 payout.
Yeah, love's in the air. It's the right day for it.
Yeah, I like it.
Speaking of love, if you look down at pocket aces, hard not to be in love with that.
Yeah, that's a hand you could definitely fall in love with.
Aces? I love aces. Races it up, and fortunately for him,
No action.
no action. No action. Brutal. Especially when you're an active player like Gil, you expect to get played back at somewhat when you have a real hand.
Right, yeah. Kind of sad when you don't get that.
We can do the Oktoberfest thing, but I need to get over there. My buddy's still in the army, so he can't partake. He can watch me partake.
What are you talking about? No, partaking.
Talking about
It sounds like the table's starting to open up a little bit more with the conversation.
I walked by
Well, Roadhouse with 4s, not quite aces, although they look pretty close.
in Frank House, right? Very sombering experience. And I was like,
King 10-7 flop. 4s are still in the lead.
I felt terrible. I was like, oh, it's poor lady,
Roadhouse looking to check. And looks like Roadhouse 4s. Might as well have been aces. Takes it down. Of course, the big game special as well. That's going to be taking place on Big Game Sunday. $1,000 high hands every 30 minutes with the highest high hand in that 5-hour period, getting 200 times the total score of the big game. Big promotion.
Sure, come on out. Root for both teams to lose somehow.
Yep.
Get a high hand while you're booing. Your team of choice.
I mean, you still want it to be a high scoring affair.
Oh, please. Please.
As long as there's still a loser. Or 2 in this case.
You're talking about an answer? I didn't check. No, they were just in the windows tapping on it. I know. Just giving examples. Yeah, no, I wasn't messing around. We weren't supposed to be there because we were on restrictions from over there. You're not allowed to go see breaks. We weren't, but I was because I was on tour. I did what my rank could afford it.
So Roadhouse bump it up with a suited ace. Look down to ace 6 of spades. Only caller is going to be Greg. Calling out the big blind with the 8 deuce of hearts. 2 most active players clashing once more. Both brick the king and queen at 7 flop. Roadhouse puts out the c-bet though. He's going to take it down.
One more round of straddles. That ace is on Dom's straddle. I don't think
That's actually true. Crazy.
It's actually true, he said.
That's true.
Sounds like they're doing another round of straddles like that. Try to keep the game going here. Greg gonna flip into call, and Johannes is gonna let go of his hand.
Yeah.
Gil also flicking into call. Wow, Carson just flops the world. 7's full for Carson.
Praying somebody has a 10 out there. Unfortunately, they do not. For him, monster hand, but not a monster pot.
Yeah, too good of a flop.
I'm in person.
All right, Don put in the raise with ace 10. It's also been kind of a quiet night for Don tonight. hasn't really had a chance to really get involved in too many big hands. Queen 8-8 flop.
So my name's on the list for this game, but I was on the start of the 350. Unless they just didn't erase
It's usually Don's job.
So Gil was looking at the list and he saw his name up there, and he was like, "I was into starting 8," and I was like, "Could it be a different Gil?" And he goes,
Not yet.
fill in the blank, possible.
Some little like superstition over here.
Which I mean could be a possibility.
I've met at least one other Gil. At least.
Yeah, I have as well.
Maybe even 2 or 3.
Ace-9 deuce flop. Gil gonna put in the raise, the 800 after Greg fires out a bet of 300. And Gil gonna take it down.
Thievery.
Yeah, Gil's on his A game tonight. He's been picking his spots very well.
You have back doors.
He was, you know, caught a bluff earlier.
Now not getting caught bluffing himself.
PJ Khaled say?
I'll do another one as well.
I have a unique prop.
Who wants a Long Island? Are you driving?
Yeah. How much should I come? You can't block it?
All right, we got a club versus club action here is Carson. Out of the 2 hands, does get out flopped by Don flopping top pair. Came down 9-6 deuce. Don's 7s are best. Don was the pre-flop raiser in this one. Carson defended his straddle. So checks over. Don happy to see bet. Carson though thinking this board favors his range a little bit more than Don's. Puts in the check raise.
In Germany, things were easier because there was public transport and stuff. Yeah, no. Yeah, so there was always some buses.
Don gonna stick around with top pair though.
They have like some.
Puts in the call.
Gainesville has. They have like public transportation. Buses.
Jack falls on the turn. See if Carson keeps trying to rep a big hand. Looks like he's gonna slow down, check it over.
Saying wherever you go, college is.
See if Don wants to throw out a bet here. Maybe just check it back for pot control.
I love it. You said check first.
Does check it back.
Carson does catch an 8 on the river.
I was going to say, let's see if Carson fires a big bluff here on the river with Don's check back. But now, with this much showdown value. Carson kind of recalibrating there. I think he was originally thinking about how to bluff at it. Now it's turning into, should I just try to get the showdown with this hand? That seems to be the case as it goes check, check. You see Don kick himself more than once there after he sees, I probably should have bet the turn.
Oh, that's not good.
No. You had a queen live as well.
Was Queen High was good? I like that.
What's that?
Was Queen High was good?
No. He was drawing to a queen or an 8.
Oh, okay.
See what size Miguel goes with on the 3-bet. Let's go with 800 as ace king. Don, likes out the pocket queens. We got some fireworks about to shoot off here. These two big hands are colliding in a bloated pot.
He said drawing to the queen, and now he's attracted 2 of them here in this hand. There is the 4-bet.
Cold 4-ball. Greg and Johannes immediately get out of the way.
Now Miguel.
Pretty much all in or fold. There it is.
It is an all-in. Oh no, just a call.
Said call, yeah. I was expecting the all-in
I
as well.
thought so too, but he's just going to go ahead and just call here. And the flop. Oh wow.
I'm going to go ahead and say Don's going to take this bad boy down.
Yeah.
Now Don thinking about maybe slow playing it, checking it over to Miguel.
Yeah, Miguel essentially drawing dead.
And you get that's such a safe flop for queens too. Queen 9-6 rainbow. It's not a lot you're scared of.
No. You definitely feel like you have this hand locked down.
Yeah, it looks weird if you do check though, so he's kind of just going to go with a small continuation bet. Miguel just ace high. See Don's got majority of his stack in the middle now.
You're an HR manager.
No. I started my master's in it on Monday, and I was like, it's just like a boredom degree. I have.
So it's like that's the perfect.
I have all the free schooling, right? And I'm just like, I don't know what I want to do. I'll just get another degree.
Tell Don's pretty much committed himself to this hand. You don't really have any equity on your shove. Not gonna get a fold though. Don shows the goods after Miguel folds.
15. $15.
So decent pot going Don's way. So players get ready for another double board PLO bomb pot. As they've been doing every 30 minutes on the dealer change. Everybody, I should say everybody but Don. Don's elected to sit out in the bomb pots, especially the PLO variety, not his thing.
No. Oh, we're not doing it.
Gotcha.
I'll take it back if you want.
Are we still doing straddle? Yeah.
Up to you guys.
They think it's beneficial to
They said they were waiting for you guys. Alright, $50 straddle on the floor for 6 seconds. Nobody knows.
I guess with so many players away from the table, they did not do the PLO double board bomb pot. Reserve the right to do it a little bit later as everybody gets back. Meantime, Gil raised it up with ace-5. Dave defending the straddle with the 7-5. Gil catches the ace-high flop. Dave does have a gutter ball. Let's see if he wants to stick around with it. Try and spike an 8 here. Gil's larger continuation bet size. Dave's just going to let it go. Another small pot going Dave's way. Going Gil's way, rather. Navigating himself pretty well last hour or so.
It's trash?
Just California.
What about the hustle?
I always catch Carson online too, and it's like somehow he sneaky gets there.
It's like a real place.
No, it's true. It's like an Asian super old school. It's like from the 70s. And it's just like they actually have legit Asian food. It's like really good. Like, and I don't know, like, it's super old. They have like kitchen. There's not any area, anything.
Raised to 150 in the one fold. Just somebody with a battery.
Basically, it is
Now Roadhouse, who's been hyperactive, waking up with a monster in pocket kings. So we see Dave not even think twice before 3-betting his pocket jacks. Dave's gonna be facing an all-in. Roadhouse going for the maximum here. We saw Roadhouse do this similarly earlier with ace-queen offsuit. He's got to play Dave's head here a little bit. Last time Roadhouse went with a 4-bet shove, it was on the weaker side. Dave instead finds the fold. Lucky for him, he does. Roadhouse would have had him crushed.
really cool. I mean, it is just.
Gil, I just say that because I can.
Almost the maximum for Roadhouse there. Thought for sure Dave would put in the call with jacks.
You're in LA, so.
That's why he's on that side of the table and I am not. Found the quick fold.
You're gonna have $50 on the bump.
You can be way more excited about now. It's also something. You basically spend the whole day in the company. 6 hours. Unless I want to fly from Orlando.
It's a good thought experiment.
Jack's to that. That's, I think, better.
So they're right back to the table. Now they're taking that PLO double board bomb pot.
I have to work. I cannot like get hammered.
You can find a table?
You can. I can't.
Pretty sick.
I'm way too
Everyone
much.
but Don threw in the 50. Off to the flops we go.
Check.
So Miguel did flop. Middle, bottom set up top along with 2-pair down bottom. Carson, meanwhile, did flop the nut straight up top in Broadway. Top pair down low. Imagine we'll see him drive the action, having one board locked up. After we saw a bet, a couple of callers. Actions on Roadhouse first, holding the straight 2-pair. There it is, big pot size raise from Carson. I think it's on him. See if anybody wants to stick around with their hands. Greg sure does. 2-pair up top, open ender down bottom. Ooh. Now on Gill. He's got ace-king up top for top paired, a Broadway draw. Paired wheel draw down low, not quite good enough to stick around given how strong all of this looks. Miguel gonna flash his hand and let it go. Discipline lay down by him. Now we get to Roadhouse. Second nut straight up top, 2-pair down bottom. What does he want to do facing this action? Do you see him just let it go? Discipline lay down from Roadhouse. Off we're into the turns we're going to go. Almost 5K in the middle now. See if Greg can improve. Greg improves hitting a king down low, but aside from that, might be hard to stick around if he faces max pressure here from Carson. See if Carson wants to put him to the test. There it is. All in and a call. Greg currently in the lead, hoping to find some improvement. Instead, Carson is going to be the one to river 2 pair down low to go with his straight up top, and that's going to give him the scoop. Huge pot going to be going his way.
He's got Broadway up here, and he's got 2 pairs of 10s and ace king. Oh, yeah, Broadway.
So unfortunate river down low for Greg. We're going to see him get stacked in his hand. So biggest pot of the night going to be going Carson's way here. Almost 15,000 in the middle.
Oh, sorry. Not see that one. Just to be safe. But for t-shirt does.
God, Card, you're a fucking lucky duck, dude. 4 years, dude. They were only before the river.
2, 4, 5.
That's 4 representing that. That's not 4 that was put in right there to buy this bag.
I'm following.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
So we're going to see Greg reload after all those chips get shipped over to Carson.
Yeah, massive hand there. I guess in the meantime,
What do you?
be a good opportunity to show stats.
Big update, big update.
Yeah, pretty big update. Carson up 12K.
Probably after that hand.
Yep. Gil up a little bit. Don up a little bit too, which is good news for you guys because Don is doing 5% of his earnings to a lucky viewer.
All right.
So good news there. And then there's a look at the V-Pits. Johannes 14%. Don 20%. Like I said, it's been a quiet night for Don, but he struck when he can. Was flopped that set of queens on Miguel's ace king to take down a decent sized one there. And that's the way things look as we hit the more like an hour 45-minute mark.
Your play is better, but because we got to see all the cards.
I know.
Call. Fold and 4. 150. Call. And call. Alright, we got 4 of it.
All right, 4 players at a flop here. 8, 6, 5, 2 hearts. Oh, Carson, who just got that big hand, flops the flush draw.
Heart does fall on the river for Carson. I don't think anybody's got a hand worth looking him up, but it's not going to stop him from going for value here. Praying somebody has a tray or a 7.
And Carson gonna take down that one as well.
Unstoppable force right now at this table.
Another round of straddles question?
Want to keep the straddle going.
No, I started.
Smirt might turn into a 10, 25, 50.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, that's for sure.
all 9 if you want to.
Usually it's 10, but you're playing this funny the other day. I know. Guys are like, you know what?
So you can just stand up.
Gil's not a fan of you or your money.
I said sing.
I'm all sure.
150 in 3.
Don's going to raise it up from late position with the 10-9. Fortunately for him, Dave
400.
waking up with ace jack on the button, raising it up with the 3-bet to 400.
Pocket 9's in the muck.
Pocket 9's in the muck.
It's a half truth. He's got 1-9.
Turn over one card.
It's always a pair.
Well, then eventually I'll just be able to live there. Eventually you're just gonna get the
50 to go.
stay long enough, you have so much fun.
You gotta mix it up. Gotta go play a hand over there now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 200 in 6, 7.
Greg's turn to try and steal the blinds. 200 with the 8-4 offsuit. Not going to get through Gil. Looks down at suited 6 of hearts.
My man.
There are queens and a tray on the flop. Rainbow board. Greg gonna take this one down.
Gresham wins again.
So the thing about Greg, whether he's up or whether he's stuck, it's going to be the same play style.
Yeah, he said he's gonna go in Costa Rica.
Costa Rica? Is he teaching?
I believe so.
150.
150.
Carson puts in the raise to 150. Pocket 7s. Last time he had 7s, he flopped a boat.
I don't think he'd mind doing that again. It's going to be hard to happen twice in a row, but Greg's the only caller. We'll see if he does on this flop.
Ace 8, 9. So Greg does hit a 9. Checks around. Jack on the turn.
Board can't get much worse for Carson. He doesn't even try stealing it away.
I want to say something with insurance. I don't know exactly what kind.
What does anyone do?
Hey, you sure?
What does he do? Just plays one hand and then comes back?
I have no idea. It's just like over here.
But he'll.
$50 straddle is on for the entire orbit. Hopefully the players keep it on the rest of the night.
There was dinner break for the last hour. He registered and was going to let his.
Get him out of here. Let's get Justin in here.
We've only played one hand an hour. Every 30 minutes.
Can we all just give him $200 to get the fuck out of here and get someone else on the table?
Everybody agrees.
Justin's way fun.
I'm mucking his hand.
House everywhere. He's got a beard.
Yeah, he's from North Carolina.
Greg raised it up. Carson's going to defend. Carson elected not to defend with the ace
I think you
tray.
played with Justin before, Your Honor. Probably did. He is a lot more.
Let Greg keep raising and taking.
That's Orion right there.
You said
He was on the tournament and
Yeah.
you're setting well.
Okay, I mean,
I know it's a conundrum, but
it's not a lot of dollars. It's $10.
It's necessarily a
we
club.
do appreciate it.
But it's not a lot of dollars.
Playing the main event.
But it's still more lately because more and more people.
50 to go.
Yeah.
So, Like, I try to give it away. Like, it's worth giving it away to.
Yeah.
He said he was going to register and just let him blind himself out.
Yeah.
But he was going to register and just let his stack dwindle. Let him blind himself out.
You know what I did in one of these tournaments one time? There's a big low tier playing call. And they got to me, right? And I was like, guys, I'm shoving it all in, all if you want, unless I triple on my stack, I'm going to play live stream.
Greg, good to steal this one as Don defended the third blind with Queen 10.
And I got fourth place money on the line.
Now they both turned straight draws. Greg open-ended, Don looking for the gutter.
That's the best part, though.
Obviously, a jack would be disastrous for Greg. After Greg stabs, Don doesn't chase the gutter ball. Greg starting to steal a couple of small pots here in succession. Obviously, he's going to keep the aggression up.
I mean, I'm pretty good at what I do. I don't think I could.
He's not
I
straddled.
probably could, but I don't think I'm running my own business.
Yeah.
You just missed the one. You just missed it.
Yeah, it's not for everybody.
Yeah, no, it is. I think it's yeah. You know, that's something you
She goes back in.
can only do like a certain degree, and the rest is, really.
Hey Ryan, can you put that game on here too?
Yeah, it's a different one.
Thank you.
Yeah, why they have to use I don't know, like, it's just a different skill set, and it's just
50 to
very
go.
hard to acquire if you don't have like some natural or something.
Yeah.
There's Chase over there. You're thinking
You got a headache?
200, 800 in the 9-4-1-2.
Looks like we're going to see Miguel
What is that?
put in a 3-bet.
Okay.
Made it 800 to go with the ace-king. Greg going to defend his initial open, puts in the call with Queen 9 of clubs. So just do Miguel and Greg heads up to the flop.
Big pot, big pot.
What do you want?
However you want to give it to me.
You tell. Right here.
We saw Greg take a pretty large pot off of Miguel not too long ago. See if he can exact some revenge here. Well, he's not going to when it comes down Queen, Queen 4. Greg flops 3 of a kind, checks it over.
500.
Miguel throws out a C-bet. Goes about 1/4 pot. Fortunate for him, he went small since now Greg's bringing the check raise. Looks like Miguel hasn't had much in the way of anything going his direction tonight. Gonna ponder what to do here with ace-king. You wouldn't expect a player to check raise with a queen in their hand too often. Same time, just holding ace high. Not super easy to stick around. Just a matter whether Miguel maybe tries to force something here. Given how rough of a go things have been lately. Luckily, he stays disciplined and lets it go. Kelly was thinking about it though, especially with how active Greg has been these last 20-30 minutes. Hard not to think that he might be full of it there if you're in Miguel's shoes.
You really have 4?
Maybe. Yeah, they're like ace high or something. 1/5 something like that.
Miguel's turn to raise it up early position with the 7-6. Miguel, the suited wheel ace, going to put in the call. Cards with a pocket pair. 5s from the button, happy to call. Don, see if he wants to 3-bet or just call out of the small blind with his 10s. Going to play cautiously, just putting the call in.
We got 5 y'all.
Greg happy to call with any 2 cards closing the action this multi-way. We go off to a queen, 8, 7, all spade flop. So Miguel flops another flush draw. Really anybody else connecting with this board? Don's 10's still best. We've seen 8. Pair the board on the turn. Let's see if Don wants to throw out a little bet now. The action check through on the flop. Sure enough, he does. Firing out about half pot. Gil with the 7s. Going to put in the call. Gil. Open to this invitation, putting in the call of his own. Miguel will be looking for spade on the river. Instead, it's an ace for Miguel. Not the way he was hoping to get there, but he gets there nonetheless, favoring the best hand. Might slow the action down. So the backdoor flush and the ace come off. Both players do in fact check to Miguel. Wouldn't be overly surprised if he just checks it back. That's what happens. Hard to get looked up by a worse hand. So no way to go for value. In Miguel's mind, just checking it back, the ace. But much needed pot for him nonetheless, the way things have been going. Always nice to start raking in some chips to help get you off the schneid. See Carson raise it up after Gil limps in. Makes it 200 to go with the jack 7 of spades. Don, though, using this suited ace as a 3-bet. Let's make it 700 to go from the button. The ace deuce of clubs. That's going to be good enough to take it down. See a lot of players mix in suited wheel aces into their 3-bets, especially a spot like that where Carson's raising from late position. You got an active player raising a little bit wide. You can start mixing in 3-bets with more speculative hands. Apply the pressure, take it down.
Those big games you should have.
Yeah.
It's
We shouldn't have to pull things out of our wallets.
it's a kind of a big deal. Sometimes we end up being buttoned like all the time. Some people are always like small blind.
Gil's turn to raise it up to 150. This time with ace 9 of spades. It's over to Greg. Happy to 3-bet. King Queen suited. Now Johannes waking up with pocket jacks. You got under the gun to open. A 3-bet from Greg.
Did you raise it?
See how Johannes wants to move forward with the pocket Johanneses.
Thinking about all the beer we're going to drink next October. No, it's on October 1st.
Let's go with the 4-bet size. 1,300. 1,200 rather. 1,200 on his 3-bet. See Miguel clear out. Now Greg pretty quickly puts in the call. 10-high flop, but 2 clubs on board for Greg. Came down 10-8-7. So Johannes with a straight draw to go with his overpair. Greg, 2 overcards and a flush draw. Don't see how these two don't get it all in on this flop, especially after Greg leads out full pot. Let's see Johannes thinking about it just to make sure. Sure enough, there's the all-in and call. Looks like they're going to run it twice. We are basically flipping coins here for almost 10K in the middle. Well, first one's going to be all Johannes as he fills up on that run out. Greg going to be looking to spike the river here, and he doesn't. Two hands that were basically 50-50 when they went to 2 runouts. Ends up resulting in a scoop for Johannes. Almost 10K going his way with the pocket jacks.
Oh, yeah.
Dinner, drinks, coffees, cocktails.
So Johannes has been pretty quiet so far. Comes up, taking down a pretty nice sized pond. Another one getting shipped away from Greg. Things are getting away from him here. In the last 30 minutes, first Carson, now Johannes taking huge pots from him. Both times due to some pretty unfortunate runouts. The bomb pot with Carson, unfortunate on the run out of the second board. This time running it twice, 50-50. You would expect to chop it up, but instead, maximum pain. So we're going to see another double board bomb pot on the dealer change here, it looks like. Each player's been throwing in 50. Off a double board PLO.
Oh, he did 5 glasses of wine, that's right.
I had every hand until the river. Bam, 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 bam.
Yeah, 2 hours into the books now. Let's go ahead and show stats real quick. First, the V-Pips, yeah, 56% for Greg. Johannes, 13% for him. Miguel, Don, and Dave in the 20s. Carson, 28%. Roadhouse and Gil have been very active as well. 45% for Gil, Roadhouse 40% for him. And once the hand closes out, we'll show earnings. Still waiting for the hand to close out. There we go. And there's the earnings. Carson up the most. Don lost a little bit there. Gil back to even, essentially. Yeah, Carson, the big winner right now. That big hand in that one double board bomb pot that took place against Greg earlier.
What? Your trip? Yeah.
When?
We don't know exact dates, but it's going to be September.
So Greg, well, 3 pair on the bottom board, but you can only play 2.
Straight flush draw on the top boards.
Yep.
That's why we see him bet out for the pot, close to the pot.
Ace queen of hearts versus ace queen off. Got all hearts in the board.
There you go.
Queen on the top board and a tray on the bottom.
I just want what's best for you. So you have to accept.
My family is coming, or going to, the first 2 weeks or so in September. So we're planning on going with them for a few days
Caught a
and
gust.
then do our own thing.
Yeah, and then after
Yeah, but I don't know if
cap the trip.
I don't know if we're going to stay for 3 weeks or not. That's the issue.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm not even asking.
Trip breeze and something else.
Oh, wow. Gil's going to end up scooping this. Oh, man. Greg's just having bad luck right now.
Over
In
and
the
over
bomb
again
odds.
for Greg.
Yay. 2 pair on the top and then the trips on the bottom.
Case tray.
Ugh. Ooh, that's gross. Ray, they haven't done anything like that tonight. They've been doing a mandatory straddle. That's been about it. Registration did end with 96 registrants, 96 entries into day 1B tonight. So they did get one more entry during the dinner break. So that brings the total to 173 entries total in the field. The prize pool at this moment currently sitting at just a little over 227. Meanwhile, Roadhouse is going to go ahead and jam it all in with his ace jack.
Once, twice.
Whatever, twice.
2 more boards.
Is that fair?
Do you go
Greg
try
with
it?
10-8. Jack high going to take the first run out. Oh, a jack on the bottom. Wow. Oh, man. Things have just fallen apart for Greg. Roadhouse going to get the full scoop with ace jack. Jack high on the first run out, and then a pair of jacks on the second. Greg not able to connect with anything. The 8 on the turn obviously was not good enough on that second run out. Well, unfortunately, things have gone from bad to worse for Greg.
Wheels are coming off.
We got it. I already forgot.
All right, Don, put in the raise to 150. Raise to 600 with Johannes with ace king.
Got you. They gave us like about to forget it. And I'm like, no. I know, somebody had to travel back. Where did you make it? 150.
Never got the button. That's me.
All right, ace queen 4 flop. Gil with the 4. Don with the wheel draw. On the turn. Does complete the rainbow. Does go check, and Don does catch a tray on the river. Unfortunately, not going to be good enough.
One pair.
Which one?
The smallest.
3?
Yeah.
I had a 4.
We were both looking kind of for the same thing.
Yeah, I was like,
Been that type of night for Don, unfortunately. He was up a little bit, but now I think he's close to being even again, or he might be a little stuck now after that hand.
I'll try to figure me out.
Carson, 3-bet.
900 with king, queen suited.
Greg will be looking for revenge, putting in the call. Look at the thievery. Greg steals one away. It's just 7 high.
Greg did need that one.
Kilo.
Breaking Bad.
How much is it?
Started the track expensive.
Oh, Don, pocket jacks.
Dave with suited connectors puts in the call. Gil happy to call as well.
Jacks are ahead here.
Yep, staying over a pair on the 10-6 tray flop. David's second pair though. He still has a piece. C-bets, Dave folds, little player to go behind. It will stick around with second pair. Gil obviously not sticking around with the old 9 high, no backdoor.
Top brand, top brand, to be honest.
So what they're looking at is Gil bought a couple of my art merchandise pieces from me, and finally had a chance to deliver them to him. And Johannes about to pull it out.
So Roadhouse getting a little frisky here, raising it up with Queen 8.
Ace-9 tray flop.
Might be able to continue telling the story and rep the ace.
I have to pick the card. When I showed my lady, she's like, what the fuck? I'm like, all right.
She indeed looked like the goddess of
Sounds like I'll put that
Roadhouse
Did check to Carson, who fired out, and Roadhouse putting in the call after Greg got out of there.
You got a green chip. Check
So we'll check around, and we're going to be at the river. 9 pairs of board. Carson's 2 pair. Let's go check, check.
Can't say you have. It's so bad and then odd. I hate it so much that when I took my last 2 cards, when I was in the bracket, and it's not something I'm very good at. Very nice.
Hennessy on the rocks. And shrimp fried rice with extra shrimp. Not one. Yeah, extra sauce. Yeah, only soy sauce. Thank you.
Giving me ideas.
These are good ideas.
Gil's turn to bump it up to 150 with the ace jack.
Alright, man. I need a sweat over here. You can sweat
I'm a good sweat.
It's your show.
Well, it's not a terrible flop for 6-4.
Great flop for Don. Flopping top 2 pair. Miguel, meanwhile, top pair, top kicker.
So pretty action flop.
So it could blow it up a little bit.
Oh, God.
I hear Greg as soon as Don fires in the call.
Security's in.
Oh, God.
Why are you naked? What's going on?
Queen on the turn.
I mean, come on. I was just trying to stick with the theme here, for sure.
Anime girls, tits are fine. I think shit like this. Oh,
Yeah, but
Bet you won't. Bet you won't show your tits.
Check to Don. Gets to go for a decent sized bet here.
bet on.
I think it's one of those days.
And Miguel going to flip in the call. Any queen or ace will get it done for Miguel. Oh my gosh.
Ordering microphones too. I was just doing my own thing.
It's going to go check.
Counterfeited.
You didn't know after
Trash.
I started the night by drinking a top shot.
That's tough.
What's that?
River is
Could not interfere.
Look, there's so many things that are happening right now.
Yeah, it really
I'm
has.
playing poker here. I'm playing poker here.
And you're playing
playing on
bilateral.
you playing with real people on the
Yeah.
No, with bots.
I'm playing 1-2.
I wonder if you're on the stand up.
Well,
Don't
they're
lie, he's
they're
playing
paying
50
me.
cent 100.
Just sit at this table. WPT.
How do you get that? Why you?
100.
Trustworthy.
Yeah,
He's
I'm
trustworthy.
Like $10? I mean,
How's that actually?
They're paying me $40 an hour to play in this
$40
game.
fucking dollars an hour?
How many hours do you have to do? Because I had a
6 hours.
6 hours a day.
6 hours a day.
Yeah, I know, and I couldn't.
I don't even have 6 minutes.
And then these games are so soft. I've actually won more playing than I have.
You got that offer?
I've run really well, so don't get me wrong. I've done really well in this game.
Queen 9-4 flop. Greg does get a queen.
What's the angle for that?
Well, they're just trying to get games going.
You said the games were good.
I've made more playing than I have just sitting.
This is just a bunch of like kids and moms credit cards.
I don't really know. Like I just don't know.
I think like not legal.
What?
Right,
It's like global poker.
Carson attracts the fish.
You want a VPN or?
It's like global. You never played on global poker?
I played
Where it's like
PokerStars
where
when
like
it
it's like Zynga poker where you pay for their like play money and then they'll give you like
Is that done?
No, it's not done.
I'll do the exemption on it. Oh, you're good.
yeah. So you pay their play money like you give them $500 worth of play money, and then they'll give you like $500 worth of like sweeps cash, but it's like something else. And then like when you want to cash out your sweeps cash, they'll have like a third party pay you some way.
Okay. So you PayPal it mostly?
What?
You PayPal it usually?
Yeah. That or Bitcoin or something like that.
They don't spread these games.
Johannes waking up with ace jack. He's putting a 3-bet to 800.
January 20th. I've been playing for 2 weeks. It's only for 1 month. It's the prop play, they're calling it.
When you do your credit card, you fill it up.
Yeah, it shows up like a Turkish delicatessen.
Greg did put in the call.
I thought about doing it. It's like 6 hours a day.
6 hours a day.
Both players catch the jack on the flop. Johannes is obviously his
You got nothing
best.
else to do. I mean, might as well take it.
Well, you're just sitting there, right?
Loaded pot
Yeah,
could spell
one
disaster
table,
for
one
Greg. He went off to a 10 on the turn.
I mean,
Might slow things down a little bit.
29 or 25% VPIP.
Okay.
It's like I'm playing it,
Yeah.
but again, I've made more money playing it than I have actually sitting it.
You mean you've got from the break back thing?
No, just like they're paying me $40. Like,
Greg's gonna
standard
bet
bet
1100
happens, and then
here.
I'm gambling on my own dime, but I've
You're
made
making
more.
more,
Johannes
I've
splits
made
in the
more
call.
playing than I've actually like them sitting like.
King on the river is going to give Johannes
I mean, I've run really well. Don't get me wrong. I've
Check
run
mark.
extremely well.
He'll be happy to just go to showdown, given how terrible a run-up that was for him.
Yeah.
My worst loss right now is like $150.
Another big pot going away from Greg. Things just continue to stay bad for him tonight.
What's the maximum buy-in on this one?
200. But it's a 50-cent dollar, $2 game with a 50-cent dollar ante for everybody. So it's like pretty juiced up.
He's missing his strong.
Oh.
All right, so Don going to kick off the action here. 6-4 suited. Raised up to 200.
You guys want to collectively all get up and go to table one and leave one behind?
I honestly don't get that.
That was a loud sneeze.
150?
Especially if you get just a call from the second card.
King 9-4 flop, so a pair of 9s for Greg, a 4 for Don. Carson with just ace high. Don's going to bet 300.
Now he's making inventory.
8 on the turn. The river is a queen, so Greg's 9 going to be good here.
Greg continuing the train of aggression, put in the raise. Gil's going to be the only caller this time around.
Greg did hit a tray.
Gil with 2 overs and a gut shot straight draw, though. Can't imagine he's going to fold here. Does in fact put in the call.
6 on the turn. See if Greg continues the aggression. Nope, this is on check around. 6 pairs of boards, so 6s and trays for Greg.
So you want me to start alternating rounds? How much more of your drink do you have? I have a full one.
Greg's don't take it down.
I got it. I got it. What? Yingling draft for Johannes.
And can I get the menu?
How many do you like?
Just one right now. Yeah. What?
Is that my reputation already?
Well, no. Well, she was asking if I wanted to get one too.
I know, I'm just joking. No, I'm not very funny. What I can. I'm not like good.
It's been a while, but we did see Greg just let it go pre-flop rather than raise it up. Johannes took the invite, raised it up, took it down.
Oh, 2 green sets. I thought for a second you asked me 4. Your first there, right?
He's back in action, Greg, raising it up for 200 over the straddle, first act. He's got a real hand in pocket 6s, too. Gets over into the blinds. Don looks down at trays. Put in the call. Dave closing the action with the queen deuce, puts in the call as well. Nobody happy about this ace 9-8 flop. Action checks through to a 10 on the turn. Greg's sixes are still best. Nobody can be happy about it. Dave's going to stab at it with his queen high, though. See if this bluff can get through two opponents. It's not even going to get through the first one, as we see Greg put in the call. After Don gets out of there, see a 10 on the river. Dave tried to steal it again. They just give up against Greg. He's reaching for chips. Looks like the bluff might be coming. There it is. Fires a healthy 1,200. Near full pot-sized bet, and that's good enough to take it down.
Headphone case. My headphones and a power bank. Gotta be prepared for my battery when my battery dies. I keep grinding on the little app.
Haven't seen too many bluffs out of Dave today, but got away with a big one there.
I don't know, based on your personality, I guess.
I imagine he might use that again, as everybody's probably giving him the respect, thinking
It's SC. I don't really know what.
he doesn't have one since he hasn't shown one down yet.
I haven't paid attention to it.
Johannes put in the initial raise. Miguel 3-betting it up. Looks like Greg is going to flip into call and Johannes out of there. Jack 9-5 flop. Miguel's 10s are in the lead. Gut shot? No, open ender for Greg.
What? Oh yeah. One of the greatest.
Which brand? I really like.
This one was pretty cheap. I think this one was $35. Gives it like a track.
And that is paint on the river. It's a king though. Greg gonna check it, not try to bluff at it. Miguel checks it back, just going to showdown.
Roadhouse itching to get in the mix. Raise it up with queen 5 suited. Dave with ace deuce of clubs. Going to come along out of the small blind. Greg continuing to win the V-pip war. Puts in the call. 6-4 from the big. We go off to queen 9-8. So top pair for Roadhouse, but nut flush draw for Dave. Sure, we'll see these two on the turn. No matter what happens, as Roadhouse puts out the C-bet. Dave putting in the call. After Greg gets out of there, went off to a turn.
Yeah, I need the button to pass, I gotta take a leak, and then find someone before then, by all means.
Give us more details.
I just don't want her to waste her time.
Board pairing queen actually went check, check.
Oh, I thought you meant like 10 minutes for her.
After 4 diamonds on the river. Dave checks it over once more. Roadhouse hoping to get looked up here, especially after trying to make himself look weak by checking back the turn. See him go a little over pot-sized bet. Really polarizing. Hoping to get looked up light. see Dave really thinking about it. Hard to imagine that Roadhouse will check back on the turn with a queen in his hand. So sneaky line taken by Roadhouse. I think if Dave was a little stronger, the chips already would have been in there. So he's really thinking it over with just ace high.
But he does make the correct fold. Roadhouse does take this one down.
Just a little too weak. So I think if he had any pair, he might have put the call in there. Fortunately, there's a few bluffs from Roadhouse that still have you beat, like ace 10, ace jack.
Yeah, again, small blind, so I'm making a bet now. Yeah.
Great. 150. You're gonna buy it? You already got me.
I'm just so stoked about this stuff. I mean, I really do. I know it's ridiculous.
What do you say you're gonna buy about that?
You just don't play enough, to be honest. You don't play enough.
Queen Jack 10 flop, all diamonds. Whew. Wow, what a flop for Carson Broadway, but doesn't like the fact it's all diamonds. Gil, though, does bet. Carson calls. Now, fourth diamond comes out. Does go check, check. And Gil bluffing at it. 700.
You deserve it.
Carson looks him up anyway.
He does look it up anyway. Carson going to take it down.
Rare misstep from Gil. He's
Yeah.
playing pretty flawless tonight.
12 bucks.
Gil timed bluff for him there.
Was trying to rep a diamond of some type.
Any diamond?
Carson with that comment may have thought that Gil had the diamond.
Waiting tall or whatever.
Yeah.
Up to you guys.
Did you even have like a golden one or something?
All right, so let's take a look at the stats as we hit the halfway point here on the live stream.
I'll bet you Greg is first on one list and last on the other.
Hold off on reading.
Sounds about right.
Start with the good. Let's start with the good part.
For your harder.
I'm surprised Greg leading the V pips.
Yeah, we'll show the good line first.
Yeah, we're gonna wait and see.
But that's the way the V pips look after hitting the halfway point here on the live stream.
Kind of as expected, Greg up top, Gil Roadhouse right behind.
Yeah, I'll try. Yeah,
Awesome Miguel, the quieter ones, and there it is, Greg. Biggest loser so far. We saw the last 30 minutes. Huge downswing.
Yeah.
Carson, the biggest benefactor there. That's why he's up the most, courtesy of that huge pop between the two of them. About 30 minutes ago in the last PLO double board bomb pot.
It was malleable. And he was getting like, no, it's brass.
200.
All right, so I think they're waiting for Roadhouse to come back before they do the double board bomb pot here.
Roadhouse and Miguel, at least. You want at least one of the players to come back, hopefully both.
9-6 tray, all hearts. Greg holding the 10 of hearts.
Fired out a C bet, takes it down. Just gut shot, straight draw. It's flush draw.
What do you get here if you really don't know what you want to eat?
He's trying to last hand, so.
Fried rice.
I got shrimp fried rice. I usually get chicken fried rice. Chicken shrimp fried rice.
I normally get black and chicken fried rice.
Jason knows what's going on.
Well, it actually came to go wrong.
I know, I mean, you get this way.
To go. Oh, 2-4. Or 2-3-4. 6 is gonna go 200. Roll 7. 8's gonna call. 1's gonna do something.
I got 3 players to this flop. Jack 9-7. So a jack for Greg.
300.
Four on the turn.
Might as well, you know.
8 on the river, so 2 pair for Greg, Jack 8.
So thin.
Small, big, straddle, I suppose, maybe? Want to, if not, all good.
Well, we got a third man walking on the live stream.
Not often you see that.
No, especially in the bigger game.
John gonna play hold 'em?
He's going to play hold him.
So what was our prop? How long did you give me?
John, you want the straddle?
I said, like, I don't know if I said 2.5 hours or 2:45. But you did play and you doubled, right?
I was right over the I'm almost at 100.
Well, now you can just bang by sitting.
Maybe you can figure out the strategy, you know?
I'm only playing the big blind and the button.
So you know, if you know do what Carson does and play on your phone as well, you have
Almost at 100.
Are you serious?
I had ace queen of hearts and I was in the
That must
break.
be so annoying.
And I jammed on another ace queen. He had ace queen off and I ran out of hearts. It's up to you.
Can I go to 100?
Yeah, go for it.
Doubles me up to like, yeah, like
You didn't like us, so you're
70, 75.
You do
Yeah.
100 and 2.
I just got another like
Column.
yeah, flipping 100.
Big cool story. You know, ship it.
I think I found it. Just like get up and leave until it's a button of the
You
big.
don't have to worry about all the bullshit. You know, it's just like, you know, whatever.
I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play my widest ranges and be done. That's it.
Check.
Well, that and you're not giving any table history because you just keep leaving. You need to see.
200. Like his radio. You know, make it. Alright, one part now?
All right.
Everyone is here. I think I was small blind, unfortunately.
Finally, done with the blind.
It's up to you guys. We didn't move it last time, so.
I said I wanted to.
Just put the button in the 6 for the 10.
I think that's the right way to do it. Since we have
Yeah.
I think whatever you think is the right way, Johannes.
I mean, the right way would be to have a one-part part that moves around and then it's fair. But
Yeah.
this is okay.
I won't minus the 4.
Yeah.
Next time, I ordered one for 15 bucks or 13 bucks.
Out of gold?
No, out of plastic. It's all I can afford. I'm not sold.
Class of pure gold.
Sure. Now I can
So
never
enough players
think
returned.
about anything
They
else
are going to
other than
resume with
this
the
show.
PLO double board bomb pot now.
Call Saul or whatever.
Started watching that.
We'll go off to 2 boards,
I'm still at Breaking Bad, but
each representing half the pot.
I finished.
Man, to watch it for the first time ever.
Did you actually watch the jury duty?
Yeah. I watched it. Not all the way through, but I watched it.
isn't it amazing?
We see Gil flops top set up top, 2 pair down low.
I know, yeah.
And he'll want to drive the action here.
Which fears, do you remember?
I don't.
Does fire out pot size bet.
State law.
Solid?
Yeah, like tax.
What?
He's cool. 2-5 cool.
Kind of interesting to see what happens when action gets all the way back around to Greg.
A player in the
So
room.
he's got 2 pair,
You say he's a pro?
No.
both Broadway draw down low, diamond draw up top.
I thought you said he's a 2-5
Meantime,
pro.
Roadhouse
I would have questioned that.
puts in the call.
Is that a real thing?
Broadway draw down low,
Have you looked around?
7s in a straight draw up top.
Seriously?
1750.
And there it is. When it gets on Greg, he repops. Full pot size bet from him.
What's the definition of
Such a monstrous hand. Now back on Gil.
I mean, there's a lot of
Hard not to want to get it all in here if you're Gil.
What's the I think a pro is
They don't need a 401k. Let's put it that way.
What about a Roth IRA?
So he's just going to call after Greg pots it. Action now back on Roadhouse.
Alright.
Not the most speculative of the hands involved here. Imagine we're going to see him clear out. Sure enough, he does let it go. So to Gil and Greg. So a little over 4,000 in the middle. Gonna head off to the turns. See if Greg can maybe get something going his way.
Alright. Alright, heads up, gentlemen.
Wow, Queen hits the bottom board. So these two are going to be trying to get it all in as they both fill up with the queens full of jacks on the bottom.
4,200. 4,000.
Gill obviously holding the set of nines up top. Happy to get it in. That's why we see him spring the check raise shove. Greg with the snap call. And off to the rivers they'll go. And the set of nines do hold for Gill up top. Greg actually going to scoop the bottom board when he improves to the queens full of kings. So in the end, they're going to chop this thing up.
Again? That could have been either way. Fucking monster. Queen's full of cheese.
Yeah, there's.
He does have queen's full of cheese.
Oh, I do. Oh, okay.
It took a minute for everybody else to realize that
He only filled that.
Greg was getting the full half there, thanks to a fortunate run out for him on the river.
You said what you had. I was like, oh, wow. I wasn't even looking at that.
It's not like Greg didn't realize it announced the queens full of jacks. Everybody just believed him for a minute.
Yeah, it was a queen jack and then
Well, cards that do speak. It's why you table your hand, and fortunately for him, he does. And the dude will go off and chop it up. So rarely seen a good run out for Greg. It's been usually on the bad side of those things tonight. Got a fortunate river.
No, I'm not saying anything, but he's saying like...
Pulling with that king on the bottom river hand.
You got lucky you saw it. I mean, the dealer should see it. And it's on video.
One of us gets 3/4.
Well, I only saw the when you when I looked at it, I only saw the queen jack.
Yeah, no, I was... It would have worked. It was on video, so I was literally like, just would have been mad at you because, like, there's no way they gave us both.
So, Dave, I don't know.
I was feeling pretty good.
He has a better plan than you.
Had it not been for the Fortune River card, Gill would have gotten 3/4 of that pot to Greg's 1/4.
It doesn't matter. They would have figured it out.
It would have been nasty for him to take another
It just gets really sloppy.
nasty cooler
Yeah, I didn't see it.
in tonight's stream. It's happened to him too much.
Well, because you said, you showed the queen jack, and I was like, hey, you got
You
it.
probably looked at your Miss Flash or two and
Yeah.
Alright, so we got a straddle and the 9. We're gonna be starting on
Hasn't
the
tried to
8
like
over
screw us
here.
over the other time.
That's why I turned it over.
Big time. Try to pull one over.
Buddy, next time,
Yeah,
next time
yeah.
you got smuck it. You don't get me.
Oh, sorry.
Never mind.
Call in the 1. Full 2, 3, 4, 200 and 6.
I think you would... Did you have...
Greg right back at the pre-flop raising. This time with ace jack. Gill happy to put in the 3-bet with the pocket 10s.
475.
These two clashed on the last hand. They're going to clash again here.
Are you still in that tournament?
Some unsettled business.
I'm already up.
He's got like 100K.
He's chip leader.
Almost.
I
need another
to
hour.
get you off this table so many times. I'm not going to lie to you, but
To the queen, 7-7 flop.
one or the other.
Gill's 10 stay best. Action checks to him. Fires out the C-bet, and he's going to take it down.
I'm here about as much as the guy
No,
drinks.
it's just because I know the next guy plays way more cards than you, and it's nothing against you.
Anyway,
I feel like if you're already almost final tabling the other target, what else do you want?
final table.
You're in 24 and a 96, right? So what are you playing?
No, this is just a flight, bro. This is just a day one. I'm just trying to bag up,
Yeah, but you're within the 24 players.
but it's just for a bag. There's a day 2. It's far from final table.
That's further than I've ever made it in the tournament.
What is a bag?
To me, you should just be very happy and go play that.
If I get 1 chip in a bag today, then I get 4K. So that's why I'm floating back
Alright,
and
guys,
forth.
king
That's
of
nice.
clubs. That was my fault. King of clubs.
Oh, you get 4,500 for
It's 4, I
7
think,
call
for
it.
the multi-bag bonus.
Oh my.
So why'd you play yesterday and today? You didn't have a lot of chips yesterday?
A bag in a bag. So I got a bag today, and I get the multi-chip bonus. It's not going to abandon whatever the shortest stack is to start day 2.
Oh, you were short stack yesterday when you
King clubs, Martin.
Okay, so you're free rolling and you get a K.
It's 2.5 buy-ins, so that's why I'm closing.
Greg with a good
Trust me,
flop.
it's an
Flop the top
economical
pair,
decision. I
open-ended.
have to be here.
For me, it's an economical decision to have Justin over.
Gill put in the call at middle pair. Turns a flush draw. Actually went check, check, and that flush draw hits. Gill rivers the heart.
I think he left anyway.
Greg throws out a blocker bet. He's going to face Gill's raise and have to let it go. Gill rivers the heart, takes down a pot.
Justin from North
Yeah,
Carolina.
both North Carolina. Both Carolina. I just got a list.
I mean, you can't, but I don't know if it's a strategy or a
It's just a raise.
Blind raise, you can do like 200, whatever you feel like.
You can do
Blind all in.
800 if you feel like 1K.
Well, we're not gonna do a raise at 75.
Blind all in.
You can do all his red.
The other card matches this one, I will make 100.
We're just use this for the win.
Matches it how?
So,
Gill does raise it to 100. 9-7 of diamonds. They matched in a way.
you're so smart.
Same
Todd.
suit, same card, a gapper, all of it. Whatever you want.
I was doing it.
Follow 6.
There we go.
All right, we
After
got
a
5.
flood of callers, we're going to go off 5 ways to the flop. Goes down ace jack 4, 2 hearts on board. So Roadhouse sitting here with a nut flush draw. And he hits it after the action checks through. Nut flush on the turn. See if any bloody wants to bluff at it before it gets to Roadhouse. Action right now is on Johannes. You see it. He's up to something. Stabs throwing out half pot size bet of 250. Roadhouse sitting here with the nuts. Goes with just a smooth call. Wants to invite some players to come in behind. Praying for Dave, Greg to come along. See Dave clear out. Greg getting out of the way as well. Neither one taking the bait. So heads up to the river. Johannes with just 6 high. Try to finish telling that story that he was telling on the turn. Fire here. Looks like he is. Goes with the overbet.
Guy in the blue? Yeah. 1,500. That's not
He's trying to rep a monster, but Roadhouse is the one sitting here with it.
It looks like crazy.
Roadhouse gonna
You believe the allegations?
think about the beach
You believe the
or something or other. Then he rips it. Immediate fold from Johannes. See an ill-timed bluff for Johannes.
You're a multi-millionaire.
Roadhouse's benefit gets to drag that pot in. Turn in the nut flush. Having an opponent bluff into you. That's what dreams are made of.
He's a nice guy. Aside from the allegations.
Yeah, like I played with him on. We played Wednesday.
I'm hungry.
So Wednesday.
He's nice.
Yeah,
He'll
we were
gamble
nice.
his ass off.
It's probably.
Oh, the cheater? What?
That's just his online name. It's his online name, dude.
That's literally what Gil said, right? No, because Gil said the same thing.
I never learned her name.
Kristen?
Who?
Kristen.
Dude, what does she look like again? Show me. I forget.
I forgot. We played at 2-5 for like 8 seconds before I got really bored.
Yeah. Kristen?
Greg, we're starting with you.
4 ways we went to the flop. Came down King Jack 7. So top and bottom for Gil.
I didn't know Greg was Greg, right?
Oh, I was going to say, oh, yeah, perfect.
I can
Thank
read it.
you so much.
Did you get your England?
I'm going to.
I got it. Did you pay for it?
Interesting here is Dave was the one who bet out with the gut shot. Gill left just a flat call after Greg put in the call. Maybe he wants to keep Greg around. It's been very splashy and active.
Check. I bet 13.
Introduced from the turn, we see Gill fire right out.
1,300
Action back on Greg.
I say, if you call him, leave me a 1-star review on it.
Just second pair, lets it go.
I looked you up instantly. Why did you say you're short on stock? What's going on? There's 9 left. Is that a tactic by Amazon, or do you only have 9 left?
What were you looking at?
I googled yourshit.com, and then I went to Amazon, and
So
then
what product were you looking at? The 1-pack or the 3-pack or 6-pack?
either way, you only have 9 left. Do I need to buy it now?
Yeah, before it runs out.
And it said small business, which I try to only shop small business. For t-shirts at Target.
It's definitely a small business.
Back, grilled chicken.
Fried rice.
150 each.
You did basically get buy one, get one free.
Carson got to raise it up with the ace-jack suited.
I'm going to order it.
Folds over to Greg. Queen 6 of hearts on the button.
Do you get my address?
He's happy to put in the call.
I don't get it.
He'll send emails to it though.
They ship it. They have the inventory.
Okay. They have the inventory of your stuff.
Alright, we got 3 of you.
Gill, ace-jack of suited of his own. Just put in the call. Normally he'd 3-bet that hand, but he's trying to get a little sneaky here.
Don't get distracted by giving this fucking talk. Let's
You send in the inventory, and then it becomes like prime shipping.
Greg turns the boat. Queen's full.
And I don't have to worry about it. So I can send them like.
Gill's the one firing at it. Carson happy to put in the call.
Who are you sending it to?
Yeah,
Greg gonna play it coy.
yeah, easy way to play this one for Greg.
3. Check.
Use on the river, pretty blank card.
11 this affects so many sales.
Sadly, nobody bluffs at it. Gets over to Greg, fires out the value bet.
What is a 1-star review?
See Carson actually give it a little bit of thought.
I tried to give you a 5-star review.
Flush draw missed, so if Greg, had some sort of spades, he might stab.
I'll order it.
I see Carson giving a little bit of thought with the ace high.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, Greg's been hyperactive recently too, so that's going to play into it.
No, you gotta get it.
But
Yeah, I think you have to.
Greg
you
does
have to
take it
order
down.
And yeah, you have to order.
Big hand, big hand.
Yeah. Thank you.
Greg needs a few more of those.
Always that phase.
Do they have menstrual cramps?
No, they're just Hispanic.
I have a good menstrual cramp.
You're Puerto Rican, Don. Just like you.
At least 2.
What?
Nothing.
Ace high good, right?
I had ace high. Ace high was no good.
They probably have
I had
headache
ace
because
jack
they
of
are on
hearts,
you
bro.
all
An
the
ace
time.
jack of clubs.
Did you? Fucking ball sack. He got us, dude. He did not have anything.
I think you had the
I'm
4-3.
taking this out of my card.
I think you had the 450 to go. I was in a conundrum.
Oh, really?
Make 200. I'm sick.
Gills conundrum.
How long does it say it'll get to your house?
I have too many credit cards.
Gil, flop.
Yesterday.
Don't finish out that Amazon
bet?
card.
I got you. Don't worry.
Next day.
I didn't look at my cards, bro. Give me that information that you will. Oh no, the tournament guy's in there.
Tournament guy. You don't know me very well. You don't know me well at all.
I'm gonna check the blind.
Oh, wrong place.
Alright, we got 3. We got
See,
check.
hold on, I'm gonna make sure it's going to my house. Check blind again.
Check.
Place your order.
Check.
If you gave us $30 worth of product, check it again. Check. Still don't know.
Greg catches a queen on the river. He's on a bet. A very small $100 bet.
Straight flush or something?
About as value-y as possible.
Oh, I got a pair.
Gill's going to go ahead and call him off.
We got queen.
Rip.
I gotta take back this order. Dom, it's coming.
10%.
You know what I can say? Like, dude, I met that guy who makes this stuff in his basement.
You're saying it
He also has a
English or
member.
Spanish?
Huh?
You're saying it in English or Spanish?
English. They know I can't speak Spanish. They make fun of me all the time.
This guy in Germany, he has like a Korea, like a pizza place. What is the number 40? He delivered drugs. How many years ago? What a number 40? How it is in Germany?
You gotta pay him in like crypto, right?
I don't know. I didn't get that far, you know?
Oh. You just saw the menu, no good?
What takes cryptocurrency? I've just been buying and then selling it for more and then doing it over and over again.
A lot of shit. Depends on what kind of activities you have outside of
In the dark web?
Like, where?
Probably, I mean, yes, the dark web.
When I click
That's
Amazon, it just asks me for a debit card or a credit card, not,
Not crypto.
would you like some XRP?
You can just buy and sell shit like Trump's fucking meme coin, make like 5K on it and sell it like I did.
I bought half of Bitcoin when it went down to 19K, and I was super happy about it. But I'm like, should I cash it? Should I cash it? Should I cash it? No, we're going fucking
No.
noon. We're gonna hit $1 million.
Diamond hands, boys. Diamond
Diamond
hands.
fucking hands. And then I'll be like, oh, I have no.
You gotta hodl, man.
I did that with Joe. I bought like hundreds of
Hey, Johannes 3-bet it. Greg with King Queen.
Trump won.
4-bets it.
And
Another potential big pot brewing here.
couple dollars
Greg's
invested.
4-bet.
9, 12.
Never mind, Johannes folds. Greg gonna take this
It was
out.
not going any higher.
Taking out King Queen.
What price did you get it at?
Uncontested. Pretty good for Greg.
Yeah, and now it's at 33 cents. But you imagine a couple $100K of that, and you
Mike
spent
just
like maybe $1,000.
Walked into the
Like
tail
I
end
ran
of
it up
that
to
one.
like $1 million and then held and then it went down to
I'm a
less.
fucking idiot. I'm like, oh,
It's gonna be the crypto.
Yeah, but how many people have stories like that with crypto?
every
It's gonna be
so different than just
I was
retail
playing down
traders,
in
though.
Hard Rock, Hollywood, when some guy was
just
like,
like
"You should buy
many
this
GameStop
Bitcoin."
people
I'm
bought
like,
the
I don't know what that means.
Oh, well, that was
So
some
I
market
could never
manipulation
like
right there. That was pretty funny.
access it. It was at like $500 at the time.
That was pretty funny. That was good.
Yeah, I was in the same boat. I figured out how to buy it.
What a goon, right? Oh, see that guy, the first guy who ever like he bought a pizza with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
You got people
He's
who are
probably
trying to get
punching himself in the nuts, ordering those $7 Domino's pizza.
There's guys who are trying to like dig up the dump, like because
Oh yeah, I like the guy threw away his hard drive up on accident. It was like 700 billion, something
Yeah.
like that, sitting in a dump.
and they're like begging the dump to like let them open it up and into a
I'm
digging.
just not technologically savvy to understand like how you just have a Bitcoin like on a hard drive somewhere. Like how did I tried to keep it conventional.
where you keep yours.
What's that?
If you don't know, it's where you keep yours.
Let me know the login.
On a $4,000 gaming rig for no reason. Because I fucking suck at Call of Duty.
Did you ever play the prop hunt?
Oh, I still play it. Oh god, it's the best.
I think it's great.
I keep buying my daughter memberships to play every 3 months. Dad, it's running out. I'm like, she has the Xbox, so we just.
You ever play college football? I can get you in a dynasty with me and a couple of friends.
Play what?
College football.
175. Talk about him.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
you.
I'm sorry. I love you. Yeah, Carson, you loser.
12, 9, 1, 2. Call, right?
Maybe. Get that 5%. Shut that up. Put you where's that?
Hands up. Check. $200. Truck 5.
Still playing frisbee golf, Carson?
Yeah. I would say like every other week. Once every other week. We haven't played in like 2 months.
No one played.
Yeah, every other week, you just talking about it or what?
I did play with my dad, but it was on like a Friday.
My bad. Sorry.
Fendi was
I
more of a
see
pickleball
how
guy.
it goes. I see how it
played
goes,
pickleball a
guys.
couple times.
I'm not good enough anymore. I see.
You guys want to hit Top Golf tomorrow and just fucking hammer it on?
You see that there's a
You know,
pickleball
I'm firing a silver
no,
bullet
near
this
the end
one.
as well now?
No, on Angry Birds Golf, dude. That shit's fun.
Angry Birds Golf? That was a thing? You just hit it anywhere and you just blow up
You
Angry
just
Birds
whack the
stuff.
ball in the direction of what the Angry Birds
250 Carson.
screen is, and then like it knocks out like the birds and the towers.
Well, I can't even hit the ball.
I can't do that usually. It's like a line drive every time.
I'm gonna be the guy that ends up in the net, the safety net, you know?
You can do that. I almost
All right, we
fell
have
over.
5 of you.
That's it. Do not hit my leg on that thing.
5 players.
Hit my leg? Felt something.
Yeah, what's checking there?
400. Yeah, bro. Oh.
Call.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, wait.
That's right. It is right.
Well, might see a pot balloon up here. Tail's been talkative. It's been nice to kick back and relax, but probably going to quiet down when
I mean,
It's
some chips get in the middle. His action's on Don with the nut flush draw.
Yep. Meanwhile, Gil with the trip sixes.
Just called after Greg led.
Queen of diamonds would be a interesting
all right, we got 3.
turn. Said it's a 7.
It's interesting too. I mean,
It is.
Greg now top 2 pair.
Right. Okay. Yeah, Greg already had 2 pair, a better 2 pair.
15.
And here he is, betting out 1,500. Oh, 1,300, excuse me. 1,300 to bet from Greg.
Skill continues smooth calling, or is now the time to maybe raise it up?
Ace is going to call.
Really trappy.
And Don folds.
Yeah, paired board, suddenly you don't have as many clean outs. There's always a chance Gil's trapping with a boat.
Yep.
Instead, it's a diamond.
It
Right in
is
Don's
diamond,
face.
right? Yep, right in Don's face.
got a 6.
And Don gonna. Yep.
So you'll look off to the side and dream of what may have been.
Well, taking down another one.
5K pot would have been nice.
Give me
And
my time. You guys got to come back and take it over. Don, enjoy your book, go to the bathroom, whichever one.
I agree with you. We should do that buck shit.
Like, for this, I mean, if you play like a smaller game, whatever, but like, this is.
All right.
This is
2 hours left in the live stream. We'll go ahead and show you stats real quick. For show to be picks.
Play 1-1.
not a lot of changes.
No, it's been that way
Greg,
the
Gil,
entire time.
Roadhouse.
Yep.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Miguel Johannes, bottom 2.
Have a stream where it's all
Most of the night.
board
That's
That's
pretty steady.
the whole time.
About, you know,
I think we
chalk
should have a
the
stream
entire
where
way
it's
when you're guessing deep hits.
2-4.
And the earnings, yeah. Greg stuck the most. Carson up. Don still stuck a little bit as well. Gil up a little bit now too. Kind of been a fluctuating tonight. Gil's been either up or even.
Thank God there's 2 more.
But after that hand, he is back to back to being up. Excuse me.
That's a pair. That's 3 pair. Those are trips in my hand. I'm good.
Another double board at PLO bomb pot getting started here. Players have done a $50 anteed PLO bomb pot on every dealer change. Way to pay the time rake, kick the action up a little bit. Gotta just spice things up once in a while.
I want a list for a pineapple / PLO mix game. But how do you label that?
Can we say 2, 3? Yeah, you can.
PP.
Say
Can you do a 2, 3, 4 labeled mix? Is that possible?
2, 3, 4 mix.
Did he check?
He did. Check.
Check. And who's on it? Anyone?
Check.
They all check me.
None of us draw. What an idiot.
Checks all the way around to the turns here. Really seen no flop bet.
5 up top, 7 on the bottom. So Dave with trips on the top board.
Yeah, 3 cubs down low. They might be a little trepidatious at the flush. Did see Dave lead out.
He also does have the heart draw on the top board too, does Dave?
Yeah, and the not straight down bottom. Can't beat any of the flushes if anybody has clubs, but always nice to have a good piece of each board.
What is it?
Jack 8 for that straight for Dave. Looks like we're heads up.
It's just him and Gill heads up to the turns. Or Rivers, rather. Talking about that, his heart came in.
Yep.
I mean, meanwhile, he boated up anyway.
You put like a 10, 25 heads up table.
Oh no, not a chop.
I got trips in a straight.
Yeah, 5s full of 8s at the top.
Yep, straight down low,
Straight
good.
at the bottom.
Dave getting a scoop.
Jack 8.
Yeah, graphics said chop at first. I'm like, I don't know about that.
I disagree.
But then, yeah. But then, yeah, it corrected itself.
Jack 8.
It's learning. It becomes sentient.
Evolving.
We had a good run, humanity.
Yeah.
We tried hard, you know? Gave it our best effort.
Zone to EAD.
Can I request?
I should have flipped it over. I'm missing pretty dry, but I don't know if
All good.
I had ace 4 and trip 7. I don't think that was no. Because he had a boat on ace 4 one.
I think they denied the request because there's already a 510 PLO
People are
going.
so afraid of it. I like it too. Don't know why.
I mean, not only, he played once in St. Augustine, he had 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks. Then I would play.
It's fun. I'll play that.
It was like,
You just gotta get the customers in the door.
it was Odin, pineapple, crazy pineapple, hero, and then big O. Best
I
time of
like
my
to go,
life.
but high only.
I definitely had too much to drink.
It's just 5.
That doggy did so much shit, Cats and rats because he knows it's Next, I made a stupid comment to Dawn. That's my next time. I have to apologize again to Dawn.
Raise 155. See what?
Alright, Miguel with the jacks under the gun. Gets to raise it up. Carson with 9s. Electing just to call. Not going to 3-bet against an under the gun raise. But Dom's going to come in with a 3-bet, it looks like. Especially after Carson calls. I imagine it's a pretty good hand. And sure enough, it's ace queen offsuit for Don.
Gil, did you call 500?
500? I'm sorry, can I fold it? Yeah, you just ship it. Okay. Sorry, I was so distracted by the head.
So action now back on Miguel. We know he's not going to fold. Just going to ponder whether he should 4-bet or call. And he goes with the 4-bet. Makes it $12.50 to go. So action back on Don. Carson pretty easily got rid of the pocket 9s there. Don's assembling some chips for a call.
Yeah, who would have thunk? I was trying to get in there.
There it is. Miguel and Don going to be heads up in a 4-bet pot. Goes off to 6 tray deuce, all hearts on the flop. Don with the better heart in his hand. He would much prefer to have the ace of hearts over the queen of hearts, though. We see Miguel put out the continuation bet. Go small, just under quarter pot size. Betting 600 into 27. For that price, Don's going nowhere. Happy to put in the call. 4K in the middle, go off to a tray. Clubs on the turn. Doesn't change anything. Pairing the board. I'm just going to check it over to Don. That was a pretty safe card. Thought might see Miguel fire again. Try to charge Don in case he's got the ace of hearts. Don happy to check back, see what the river brings. And it's not the card Don was looking for. Wrong over card, the king of spades. Miguel fires out 1100. Don quickly lets it go. Unfortunately for Don, takes another big hit to his stack. That's Miguel. Drags in a 5K pot with his pocket jacks. Seems like the players have elected to keep the $50 straddle on again. Action over to Greg. It's raised to 200 with the pocket sevens. Suited wheel ace for Gil. Greg's been very raise happy the last hour or so. Potentially could 3-bet this hand. Elects to call. Miguel, similar situation. He's going to go ahead and put in the 3-bet after Gil puts in the call. King Jack offsuit, out of position. Kind of hoping to isolate here. Instead, you're getting 2 callers. So 3-bet pot, 3 ways to the flop we go. Comes down Queen, 9-6, 2 clubs on board. So Gil's got the nut flush draw. Miguel, pre-flop 3-better. Flops a straight draw. He's looking for a 10 to hit it. Greg, this pair of sevens. Faces the 700 bet from Miguel, puts in the call. So action back on Gil. He's going to spring the big check raise. He's reading the small bet as weak. He knows that Greg only calling. His hand is most likely on the weaker side as well. So this check raise should get the job done, and on the off chance it doesn't, they always have a draw to nut flush. And there we see the fold from Miguel. Now action back to Greg. Greg doesn't quite believe him. Fortunately, sevens are just a little too weak to maybe put in the call here. As you can see, even with being in a pretty good spot, all things considered, still only has 60% equity. Against Gil's 1 overcard and nut flush draw. So like we saw in the last update, Greg's been on the rather unfortunate side of things. He's looking to get those chips back somehow, some way. So if he thinks he's best here, he might do it.
What was this bet right here? 7. There's 700 right there? Did I get change already? No.
Yeah, Greg, non-believer, puts in the call. Huge pot. Loading up over 10,000 in the middle as we go up to a 9 of spades on the turn. Gil's going to slow down, check it over to Greg. Greg rips it all in here. Don't know if the chip count is 100% accurate. Greg might have a little bit less than the 5,000. It looks closer to 4, but still not too far off. Yeah, actually, he is in the 5K range, so half pot size bet. On a paired board, Gil could potentially be drawing dead. Doesn't seem likely. The way this hand's played out, though, but. I know he's getting close to the right price to put in a call. If he knew how live he was, he'd be already putting the chips in the middle.
I sold it because I needed some things that had a little more stability as opposed to like. I would like to have been in Bitcoin. Well, obviously. Well, no, it's like in general, like it's like a long-term thing. But I need like we need a little more.
He'll ask for an exact chip count. Going to do some math here. See if he thinks he's getting the right price to put in the call.
I'm actually thinking about switching my payments from all the WPT thing and stuff like that. Just put it all in Bitcoin. Just see what happens.
Get paid at.
There's always a chance you're ahead. Greg's doing this with something like 7-8, especially with 7-8 of clubs, for example.
I have no idea. I mean, they're going to send it to me via Zelle.
The other end of the spectrum, always a chance.
I don't
You're
know.
well behind here.
I got to figure that out.
See what Gil comes up with.
Small amount of Bitcoin now, but it's
He does find the call. We're going to have over 20,000 in the middle for the new biggest pot of the night.
56 to 4.
Here you get the exact count of 56.25 to make this call. You hear him say, worst turn card.
Should be reading more of that book.
He's not a fan of the board pairing. Does, in fact, let it go. So Greg, much needed massive pot going his way. Undoing some of the damage that's been done so far tonight to his chip stack.
I can't see two rivers, but you can play in a tournament and mix them. What the fuck is this? Pile of shit. That's why you have no rivers. Tell me now. Let's see it.
See you later, man. See you later.
Greg Gill still reeling a little bit after that one.
You can see I got crushed on a bunch of rivers and then pulled up.
River's
You can see that.
been pretty ugly too.
Except the king. Except the king. Can't complain about the king.
I saw Greg open things up, as he's been doing pretty often now. Roadhouse wakes up with aces in the straddle. And a healthy 3-bet up to 800. Can't imagine Greg's going to fold 10-8 suited. Being able to play this hand in position. There is the call. Not the best flop for Greg when it comes down at 9-4 tray rainbow. Roadhouse puts out small continuation bet, inviting Greg to stick around, which he does. Puts in the call for that 275. 5 of hearts on the turn. Nothing going for Greg there. See what size Roadhouse wants to go with here. Obviously going to size up from that small C bet on the flop. Fires out about 3/4 pot size bet. Greg just gonna let it go, not making a move with no equity. Greg's in about 1,000 in profit with the pocket aces. Obviously, he was dreaming for more.
First time I seen those rockets.
But just not much for Greg to stick around with there. Here we are with Donna Gill heads up to the flop. Gill hits the flop and improves on the turn after what actually went check, check. No way for Don to win this hand. He checks it over to Gill, fires out a bet, and Don quickly lets it go. Things have been not gone Don's way tonight. Not good for him, not good for the YouTube chat. Don was doing a 5% giveaway, but fortunately the way things look, there won't be any profits to be giving away. Pretty rough go of things so far on stream here tonight.
The show is like Jacksonville, the show.
No, just the product in time.
I see Dave mixing a limp. Just calling the 50 under the gun. Suited Dave's tray. Gill. There is no 7 deuce bounty game. He's just getting after it for the sake of getting after it, raising it up. Gets through everyone back around to Dave. He's going to let it go, and Gill going to rejoice, stealing it away with 7 deuce. Thievery for the sake of thievery.
I said without tail. So maybe that's why they give me the jumbo one. I don't know.
Without tail?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I really don't know.
What does that mean without tail? Like cut off I mean, the whole thing's like a tail.
You can't read the side to me.
Like where's the tail start and like the body
I
starts?
think if you can get, I think you can get in jumbo shrimp, sometimes they give you the whole thing. On the hard part.
I've heard people say no head.
Head.
Yeah, sometimes they'll serve it with the head. Like the Asian head.
I think they have to cut.
3-bet from Gill. Does not get any action, much to his dismay. Went from 7 deuce to pocket aces.
Beats my kings.
From the nut low to the nut high, back-to-back hands for Gill.
Good pull.
No action, unfortunately for him. Especially after the 7 deuce bluff. It's almost like you were owed a little bit of some playback, but just can't get it there. This time we're going to see Gill actually limp in to 8-5 suited. Limping in, not normally his thing. I saw Dave overlimp, hoping Greg would squeeze out the straddle, which he did not. Dave went to trap with the ace-king instead. We're going to have Gill and Greg in a pot here. Gill flopping 3 of a kind. Greg not taking the bait on the turn, just checks it. Now we'll see. Gill bet for value on the river. Greg not curious enough to look him up. Puts in the fold. Gill nice enough to show. Greg made the right lay down.
How are you on the microphone?
Is it my turn?
It is your turn.
Are you good? You need another one?
Yeah.
Too much Yingling draft.
What's the massage next? 5, 4, 3.
I take one. 6. But you can pay though, right?
Couple of straight draws. Greg, open-ender, plus the flush draw. Gill, gut shot to Broadway, and holding the ace of hearts. Instead, turn brings queen. Slows Greg down, checking it over. Gill, firing out a bet. Greg puts in the call. They go off to a king on the river. Both players holding kings and queens. Gill's kicker. Better with the ace. And he's going to be the one to drag this pot. After a pretty anticlimactic run out.
You're the best. No man has ever done to me what you did to me right now.
Don't say that. Fuck, man. It's on the internet.
Exactly. What's the topic?
See, you
Clip that, save it.
You got that straddle, right?
Out of context quote of the night.
Yeah, straddle.
Unfortunately, missed that one. I think I have an idea, though. I was kind of told about it when I went out the action track for a minute.
What? You were strapped.
Oh no.
So 3 players to the flop here. Oh, Greg, again, hits a flop here. Set of 4s for Greg.
He's got it all locked up.
Turn now. Now there's a club draw out there for Gil.
Yeah, gutter ball and club flush draw. Fortunate for him, he raises it up.
Did raise. Greg calls.
Wow, what a river card.
Oh my gosh, the flush is good for Gil, but Greg boats up. 4s full of 6s is going to get the check mark.
What's that call? Call.
And yep, Gil's going to be shown the bad news as Greg is going to take that one down.
Big pot going Greg's way again. Slowly climbing out.
Chipping away at that deficit.
What did you say? Stop paying me What's that? That you should start paying me for that. Okay. I guess.
See Don trying to turn things around, raising it up here. Late position, king 9 spades.
Yeah, been a rough night for Don, unfortunately.
Can't spell downswing without D-O-N. It's been nasty. Oh. Got a shot at this one. Came down 10-8-5, 2 spades. So flush draw for Don. Throw out the C-bet when checks over to him. Greg gets out of there. Gil, easy fold. And small pot going Don's way.
Right now I'm down like 250.
Just get a handicap up here.
Well, all the aggression from Greg is going to lead up to this moment. Ace King.
3 bets it. Gil's going to put in the call, who's now down on a little downswing for him.
And Miguel with the suited ace going to come along as well.
No, I haven't.
Back Dave getting a good price.
Yeah, 5-4 suited, closing the action. 2K in the middle like it's nothing. 4 ways to the flop we go.
Jack 9-5 flop. Gil does hit a jack.
Pair of 5s for Dave. Greg with just the overcards. Now that Gil's checked, would imagine this is going to check through over to Greg. He was the 3-better pre-flop.
A couple back doors out there for the others.
Greg lucky not to C-bet into 3 opponents.
That's a 4. The turn, and Gil's going to go ahead and bet.
Yeah, when action checks through on that flop, you're pretty sure your jack is the best hand now.
And now Dave with 2 pair.
Dave might be able to get some value out of it.
Miguel with a wheel draw, but still let it go.
Yeah, especially with 3 players behind, Miguel can't stick around.
Yeah.
But Dave might find some value here. Hard to put him on a strong hand the way it's played out. 4 hearts, pretty safe looking. Again, like you said, Gil, in the midst of a downswing, might get a little overzealous, but instead stays disciplined.
Yep.
Quick fold.
Let it go, and Dave going to take this one down.
Good read by Gil. Thought he might be thinking that over for a minute. Snapped it into the bucket.
Oh, straddle, is it too late?
I can skip the 50. Thank you. 6. Raise to 200.
Honest. We're going with ladies. Unfortunately, doesn't look like, yep, no action for Johannes. Just collecting the blinds.
Womp womp.
Another walk, this time Miguel. Taking down that hand.
Well, you know it'll break up a little bit of lull in the action. Double board, PLO bomb pot.
It's too late.
Meantime,
Now we committed.
we'll show the earnings first.
Things have cramped a little bit. Greg's
Yeah.
not stuck as much anymore.
Greg as well worked his way out of the hole a little bit.
We're not waiting.
Unfortunately, Don's gone downhill a little bit, stuck almost 4K.
Next time I ordered one on Amazon.
Look at the V pips.
I really
No change here.
No
That's
change.
probably going to stay that way throughout the rest of the stream.
Whatever it was called.
Moderately predictable in terms of the action being driven.
Very much so.
Right,
But yeah, much needed double board PLO bomb pot coming in. We just saw back to black, no flop hands. Just one raise and take and a walk. They need something to spice it up, wake them back up again.
I stole it from him.
That's what the bomb pots do.
Good job. Good job. Need more for money in there, you know?
So we'll see everybody throw in the 50, except for Don, of course. Sets out all the bomb pots, especially the PLO variety.
Alright, we got 7 of them.
Off we go. 2 boards. Well, you see Miguel's got top set down low with nut flush draw up top, so imagine he's going to put in a little something something.
Check it, check.
Sure enough, checks over to him. He throws out a bet. Hoping to drive up the price of this pot. But nobody's got a playable hand so far. It's over to Johannes. Straight draw up top. 2 pair down low. He's going to put in the call for only a hundy. They'll be the only 2 off to the turns. Got 5 diamonds up top. Does give Johannes a straight. Miguel still best on bottom. Got the flush draw up top as well. He continues firing. Johannes puts in the call.
Grant, I did say that you couldn't play.
Now quads down low. For Miguel.
Due respect.
He's going to know that's best.
I'm only playing that button. I think it's great.
Johannes' hand shrivels up when the board pairs up top as well.
Shove it all in.
Miguel goes big. Might be able to steal this one.
How much do you have?
Does in fact go just about full pot, betting 1K into the 1050.
We got more. They finally pulled the trigger. We were short. I mean, you got 30
30 big ones. So, I mean, you're gonna be able to last a long time now.
Not a great spot for Johannes.
Now we have the table filled up. Yeah, but it was short. It was like 5 handed.
No way you're ever scooping this pot. So if you put in this call, it's hoping to get half back. If you want to put in 1K to try to win 500.
Yeah, break after this one. And then you have 20 left.
See him thinking it over.
Yeah.
He does let it go, so Miguel pushes Johannes off the chop.
Cool, if it was 500, that really sucked.
Good spot to just take it down. Instead of splitting it with Johannes.
Greg, he's gonna straddle them for the first
Someone that misses straddle.
Carson, I injured my show.
Still warm out there.
Can they, can they change that one? Didn't that, like, for this one?
It's O'Reilly's complaint. Everyone's hot. Full 2, full 3. Full 4. What in there to do? Try and.
I'm rolling up my
try
sleeves.
try and make the AC 1.
Carson, don't try to intimidate.
Yeah,
Seems extra.
my guess is since we had a cold spell, and call them up because we had a cold spell last week, they're like, oh, we don't need to hear.
Yeah,
Now that it's, like back to normal.
We did see Gil raise it up, trying to steal the blinds away with the Queen 10. Roadhouse defends with the Ace 9 and flops 3 of a kind. Action did go check, check. So Roadhouse checked it over, hoping Gil would c-bet. Rather, Roadhouse actually straddled in from late position, so just checked it back to disguise. Gil falls for the trap, leading the turn. Roadhouse just going to smooth call again. Trying to keep Gil firing. And River's King of Hearts. Gil quickly checks it over. Roadhouse going to bet for value. Gil letting go of the Queen High.
You're on a break, sir. You're on a break.
Oh, God. All right.
Midnight, 50 to go.
Still just 50 to go until it gets to Roadhouse here. Gonna bump it up. Makes it the 150 to go. Greg, gonna be the only caller. I think Greg and Roadhouse heads up to the flop. Down ace, jack, deuce. So Roadhouse does flop a Broadway draw. Greg checks it over. Roadhouse gonna fire the continuation bet. Greg with just 8 high, no backdoor, is gonna let it go.
By the way, quick tournament update. They just finished up their last break of the evening. So they're starting back up, level 13. And they are 4 players away from the 12.5%. So 96 entered today. That means 12 will advance into day 2 on Sunday. And with an hour and 20 minutes left of play for day 1B. Of course, day 1C, the final day of our main event tomorrow for day 1 as far as day 1 goes. And of course, day 2 will be on Sunday. We will have the final table on Sunday night when we are at the final 9. So if you want to be able to hop on that live stream as soon as it starts, recommend you hitting that like button, hit that subscribe button, also hit that bell notification for when we do go live. That way you do not miss anything. Curious to see how that field will shape out.
$1,800.
Meanwhile, we got some action happening here. Carson with the 4-bet.
Picks a good time to do it. Might get this through Johannes.
Does.
See him have to let go of King Queen.
Been that night, type of night for Carson.
Like Gil's missing his big blind.
Oh, I just missed Gil bust out, huh?
No. He
Oh.
stepped away.
Or technically you're the big blind. Technically,
Oh, okay.
You know, nature calls kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I assume.
I see his chips now.
well, if
Just
you're
the
big blind,
angle that it was in, I didn't see his chips, but yeah, there they are right there.
Just 2 blinds. Alright, so we're 2 blinds, but it's 10.50 right now.
Probably should have did that earlier. When that conundrum happened. Oh, I just stole $50 from everybody. Use that to go play your whatever you did, and it was my straddle. And so I just picked the line. And then he straddled, and so I got the scotch free up for $50. 16. You think about it, you came back in the straddle.
All right, heads up to the flop.
Yeah, I put it in the straddle.
Jack 9-6.
We're down. Yeah.
300.
It's the steal one. Nice.
No, that's on select nights. Not tonight.
One blind now, and
Yeah.
he's gonna straddle.
Mixes it up. Sometimes it's Stella, sometimes it's wine,
Sometimes it's Long Island.
sometimes it's Yingling.
Right now you're free.
Oh, he's in straddle. Okay, that's right. No, he didn't.
No,
He missed the big one.
yeah, he missed the big blind, so he's straddled. So next time, Bunny's gonna be there. He's gonna be small.
We're good. We're good. We're good. We're golden.
He's going to buy it, not straddle.
But Gil is back.
Threw us in a tizzy. You threw us in a tizzy.
I'm gonna ship it if you raise it.
Give me aces.
So Gil said he's going to ship it if you raise it.
Dang.
3 is going to make it 150.
Don's going to raise it.
Don
up.
is going to raise it.
Greg's going to call it. Johannes going to 3-bet it.
Oh, it queens again for Johannes. Gil was not lying. He did say ship it.
He did wake up with a hand. So
He
that
did
helps.
wake up with a hand, yep.
Towards me.
Yeah.
I mean, Johannes is never folding.
No.
Yeah, he did.
I was looking at people.
I mean,
Yeah, and
got a guy saying he's going to ship it blind if you raise. Yeah, easy call.
All in, call, going twice.
So they're going to run it twice.
I got one of those.
Gil says, I have one of those.
No ace so far.
Queens are going to hold the first time, so Gil's aces are still alive. Could try to hit an ace here.
Queen 9 is good.
Does hit an ace that time. Trey on the turn. Oh, that's gross.
Ace queen on the river.
Oh. That is disgusting. Queen on the river. Case Queen and Johannes gets the double up.
Case Queen comes to the river.
Ugh.
Oh my god, 2%.
I really.
I don't even know. What is that? What it is?
No, that is.
Probably more because we already saw more cards.
Oh, it is probably a little bit. It's like 3.
Yeah.
K-State's gone.
You ran it twice. Case Queen coming out on the river to.
It's weird that both of us felt the queen was coming. It was really weird.
That was a gut punch, that's for sure.
The 3s didn't spark the queen to me, but I just felt like I wanted to call the queen. I was like, I
Yeah,
feel like
he
it's
said
gonna
he had
come.
ace queen, so I was like,
Crazy. You guys crazy. I didn't feel it coming.
I did. I was like, it's
It
gonna
was
be
weird. I was like,
I also didn't know that he had ace queen.
This is just gonna be
Well.
sick.
Let's take a look at stats real quick after that one. Yeah, Johannes up 6K now. Carson's still up the most. Yeah, that was a tough one for Gil. That's the way things look. As, we got about an hour and 15 minutes left on the live stream.
I didn't run into that hand when I 4-bet.
It's pretty rough.
So I was thinking. Not the only thing. I just didn't have enough.
So you said you bagged yesterday? You said you bagged yesterday?
No, I did not bag yesterday because I didn't know it was a double bag bonus. I bluffed off my last 25 bigs on the last hand before the bag. Tomorrow's the day I actually try to play big stuff. This will make up for that.
I never had black and chicken, but it's so good. I'm not kidding. Me here.
Full 6.
you're a change man now.
Kind of.
7, full
And then I had jumbo shrimp, and he only got the small ones.
Roadhouse looking down at aces.
Yeah.
No action
150.
before it gets to him. Been an action-heavy table. Nasty.
Oh my god.
Seen that a couple times tonight.
You're lucky my 4-9 Aussie didn't crack your aces, sir.
Yeah, man, you need to
That one's
readjust
called the dirty mic.
range or something. For some reason, it's supposed to be in there.
I felt it. Felt it.
Felt it with the 994.
Alright, now we got a game. 206, everybody.
Did I get option?
It was a crazy
Only somebody raises it, right?
I'll give him the option to check and fold. 7-9.
I'm not gonna fold.
We leave a raise for 300.
350.
Trickety.
I want to make sure you get enough.
Fall, oh sorry, 350 and 1, fall 254.
Well, folding was never the option.
And a call.
No, never. But I mean, it's the option to re-raise his hand. It's more annoying when it's double stack or scrap.
Greg hits the deuce. Beats Roadhouse's ace high. For the flop check. Greg just leads turn. Roadhouse going to put in the call. 4 on the river. So Greg improves to 2 pair. Goes out 500, trying to get some value.
Say hello to Justin.
Now praying Roadhouse has a king or a jack in his hand.
Well, he didn't. They did just say lock it up for Gil.
They did.
Oh, PL for PL.
Yeah.
Okay. There's 28 gills here, buddy. Could be another gill. Could be fish gill, as opposed to master gill and restaurant gill.
Oh, Roadhouse
still
looking
in
for
there?
chips.
We still in there?
He's curious, puts in the call with ace high. Greg's going to show him the goods, though. Another decent pot going Greg's way. He's climbing out.
Doing as well as this gentleman.
Come a long way from where he was
No,
earlier.
in the tournament.
Definitely
You're not doing as well
Climbing.
as this gentleman in the tournament.
And then he's been playing every big line button.
How does that make you guys feel?
Pretty sure he's on his table.
Yeah, he missed his one big blind so far had aces. So.
He's so confused.
Oh, I get it. I recognize him now.
Jesus.
Or Jesus.
I thought you said Jesus. I was like, Jesus without white.
Ryan. Gil, I think Gil locked up a seat on 5-5. He has a chip here.
And a jacket and his
Never mind.
I think he's gonna come
I
back.
think it's coming. Well, 7-9-1.
Oh yeah. So yes, there was another Gil in the room.
Different Gil.
Oh yeah.
How dare you?
I think there's no way you're just gonna leave with all this stuff.
200 in the 3. Full 4. 200 to go. 200.
From the small blind?
Yes. He said all that.
How does he know?
Oh.
Greg took me.
Don says, "How does Greg know?"
Actually, you know what? I'm fine with this.
You fine with that?
You get a spike of 9.
The flop is like
9-9.
ace 9-9 or something.
No, I would have been on top on the flop, like ace, small ace, so have the out kick, and then you'd river a 9.
That's true. You save money.
That's right.
The way Don's night's going.
Not good.
No,
Not good night.
definitely not.
You're missing out, man. You're hurting yourself more than.
Full late night.
Well, he's gonna try.
He's heating up. 2 in a row. All the heat check.
Steals it.
He is heating up.
Oh, trust me, we all have a heat check.
Is it hot in here?
Yes, it's very warm in
Yeah.
here.
Why? Because it's hot outside?
That would be my assumption. Compared to the cold spell of last week.
It's like 80 today. Like seriously, it's 80 outside. It's crazy. Hold on. I gotta complain. Alright, this guy.
We did make it through winter.
Yeah,
We did it.
50 to go, 150.
barely for some
That
of
long,
us,
that long winter season last week. We made it through.
but that was brutal.
Big blind right now?
It almost snowed last week and it was 80 today. I'm like, I don't know where I am anymore.
Right. All right, Gil, pocket 9s.
Alright, we got 4 of them.
I only called after we saw the initial open. A couple of callers.
Check.
Ace for Dave.
Yeah, flops the best of it here. Top pair, straight draw.
200.
Got most of it locked up. Fires out 200. So Gil, I'm gonna put in a call for at least one street. Might be hard for Dave to extract any more value.
Queen on the turn. Now diamond draw out there for Gil.
He's live.
Don't check. And Gil is going to get there.
350.
350 from Gil. Really got everybody riled up about this
Yeah.
fake winter
exactly,
comment that I made.
Yeah.
I'm from
now
up
we got the
north.
chat
I found
going.
it hilarious that like
I did
the
as well.
threat of snow closed schools. Like growing up, it was like, it's only 8 inches. Time to go to class. Like it was nuts. Just a weird turn.
Not very often, dude.
You can invite him to the Court of Gil.
Yeah. We have a club.
Whew. Yeah, watching from Boston. I'm not jealous of the weather you're getting up there in Boston. It was like they were telling on the table. It literally was 80 degrees here today. After after that cold front, it's already warm again. Makes no sense. Wow. Talking about cooler weather, we got a cooler brewing here. It's Gil and Greg both flop 3 of a kind aces. Greg obviously has Gil out kicked. See if Gil can avoid disaster and improve to any sort of chop. Him and Greg are going to be heads up to the turn after a bet and call. Well, chop looks to be the inevitable conclusion. So we see the king come on the turn. Actually goes check, check. Now trail on the river. Does complete the front door flush. And we're going to see a value bet here. Immediate call from Gil. There is the call. You guys are going to end up chopping this one up. Anti-climactic split pot right there.
Wow, how do we both have an ace there?
Whew.
I know. How do you just call?
Yeah, well, you can still call.
We're chopping.
Going back there, I blinked that thing.
Yeah, I didn't know what to do in this spot. It's a weird spot.
Because they're all under RTA. Kind of hard to play that.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Carson, you gonna play some hands or?
No, I'm playing hands in 1-2.
Dave looks down at ace jack suited, gets to open things up to 125 over the $50 straddle. Greg happy to call the king 5 of clubs. Johannes with jack 10 of hearts. Could find a 3-bet here from the button.
You're giving me a hard time about my
Sure enough, he
4K.
does.
$40 an hour guy.
600 to go. Gil with an immediate call
So what?
with the
You're
pocket
giving me a hard time
jacks.
about my 4K free roll and $40 an hour guy.
15 hours of Carson, right? We'll give everyone a hard time.
See if Dave wants to stick around now facing this action. Looks like he does. Puts in the call. I mean, but almost guarantee Greg's going nowhere. Closing the action. Already over 2K in the middle. Here comes the call from Greg. Just like that. 4 players in a 3-bet pot. 2,500 in the middle.
My cards are red.
He'll only call with the pocket jacks pre. We'll get a spicy flop in 9-8-4 rainbow. So Johannes flops open-ended, and he was the pre-flop 3-better. Checks over to him. Can't imagine. He's not going to go with a decent-sized C-bet. Gil obviously sitting here with the overpair, way under repped. So Johannes bets the 800 on the C-bet. Does Gil go for the check raise? Looks like he's going with just a call. Going to play cautious. We've seen Johannes mix it up a little bit here and there, but for the most part, been playing pretty straight up. Wow, 7 on the turn. Johannes with a nut straight. Gil proves to a gut shot to go with his overpair. And that's why we see Gil snap call the all-in from Johannes. Absolutely brutal for Gil. So they're going to go up 2 runouts. Gil hoping to spike a 10 and chop this up. Not to be on the first board. Second river, no help either. Absolutely nasty run out for Gil there.
You got 15 bucks. You got 15 bucks.
15 bucks?
15
See,
$.
his stack gets shipped over to Johannes.
It's only 25. It's only equal to 25.
I'll be on it.
8.25.
Imagine this spinning up to like 5
Huh? Yeah.
It's just for the all-in purposes. Yeah, pulling it up. Cold bottle.
You're talking about Johannes?
Yes.
So massive pot goes Johannes' way. Just
Oh, that's
sick
funny,
cooler
In a
for Gil yet again. Seen him take a couple of them tonight.
Is it going in this hand?
Luke says Carson and Johannes might break the game. The list was pretty long, so I think the game will be all right.
Fold in the 4.
Yeah, they are one by one absorbing all of the chips on this table.
All in the 4. Call.
Gil's money.
Option. Alright. Well, it's going to be the side part right here.
Let's see if Gil can
Have you seen your
make
hand
the
yet?
greatest comeback in poker history here on stream. Doesn't look too likely given the ace-high flop. Especially now. Carson turns a straight. Carson does fire out for some value. Miguel's going to put in the call with the pair of aces. Will be the only two sticking around. So go off to another 4 on the river. Carson trying to figure out if he can get any value. Besides, he doesn't think he can get looked up by much worse. Just checks it. Going to take this pot down.
Okay, bye-bye.
Say GG's to Gil.
Alright, well, some of my time y'all got just coming in and take it over to 50 or $16. Call it over here.
So as they call the next player on the list to fill that seat, we are going to see the double board bomb pot on the dealer change. Gone off to 2 PLO runouts, every dealer change here so far tonight on the live stream, except for Don there in the 3 seat. He has always opted to sit out for bomb pots. Self-proclaimed hater of PLO.
I'm not me.
Refuses to take part. Everybody else is on board. Off we go to the 2 runouts. See if anybody wakes up with a monster. This go around, seen a couple of them. Doesn't look to be on any action on the flops. Action quickly checked through. Now though, Carson leading with his 3 9s down low, 3 7s up top. After the turns, and faces no resistance. He's just going to take this one down.
Sheesh. Bad timing. I know that's good.
That's good timing.
That was 3 9s and 3 7s, right?
Again, do appreciate everybody hanging out, tuning in with us, watching this 10-25, pretty much mandatory 50. We put the $50 straddle on a good portion of the night. Your Limit Texas Hold'em game. We're coming to you live from Best Bet here in Jacksonville. My name is Mike, joined by Country in the booth when he's able to sneak back in here. Having fun hanging out, watching these guys play. Chatting up with you guys about the weather in Boston. And whatever else pops to mind. I'm curious to see who else joins this game. Hopefully they bring a little bit of action to the table. liven it up a little bit. So we did see Greg throw the $50 straddle on from under the gun. Turn over to Dave in the small blind. So put in the call. Greg happy to check his option. We go off to a 9-9-7 2-heart flop. Not much for either player. Action goes check, check. 6 on the turn. Now Greg's going to take a stab at it. Turns a gut shot straight draw. Sit with just 10 high. Good time to try and steal. And steal he does as we see him rake it in. Greg driving the action a good bit. Winning a lot of those small pots. He keep catching a few of the big ones like he has been. I see him make a pretty epic comeback. He was stuck almost 15K at one point. We see him slowly but surely clawing back out.
Still climbing. We got to drop.
You're still climbing?
3 more people.
That's so funny. You're still gaining chips?
Play like you got.
His action folds to Don's button. Don raises it up to 200. Happy to steal the blinds. Don hasn't had too much going for him tonight. Unfortunate for everybody in the YouTube streets. Don likes to do a 5% giveaway of his profits. Good portion of the time he plays here on the live stream. Sadly today there's no profits to speak of. Yeah, pretty steady downswing for him here tonight. Can't get much of anything going.
Oh, yeah, Vince. Somebody give him a medal. He can do both.
So we see Carson. The other end of that spectrum has had everything going his way. Raising it up from under the gun. He's got 150 to go. You see a call from Don.
Texting Brian.
See Don's getting a little frisky. Mixing in 10-9
I
offsuit.
think it's a Friday night. You should be.
Justin's either drunk or in bed already.
I think so.
Greg happy to call. Pretty much anything for only 150. So he's got 7-4 offsuit here. So now Roadhouse closes the action with a call with the Jack 10. Out of the straddle. We go off to King 8-6. Not much for anybody. Carson's 7s are still best. Don has a gut shot. Nobody wants to step out. And the action checks through to ace of hearts on the turn. Completes the rainbow. Action killing ace. Well, somebody wants to step out and bluff at it. Which Carson likes to go with the delayed c-bet, make it look like he raised pre-flop with an ace. That's going to get the job done. Bluffing with the best hand that time around. So Carson to take down yet another pot. Smooth sailing for him so far tonight. About an hour left in the stream. See if anybody can stop him.
Probably like 20th on the list in the club right now.
What, this?
Probably like calling the 20th spot.
Are they down to Lexo yet?
Take down my own blind.
Take the old blind.
What? Against you? Like, in like one-on-one? I don't know. Like, it doesn't sound fun. There's no money in it.
That's true. My money.
So a walk for Johannes there. Nobody wake up with anything worth playing that go round. We saw Greg open Roadhouse, putting in a 3-bet with the pocket 7s. Greg with the ace-7 gets to play this hand in position after putting in the call. Just those 2 heads up to the flop.
I guess I feel like you sweat.
Well, there's the case 7 for Roadhouse when it comes down. Jack 8-7 2 hearts. Bottom set for Roadhouse. He's going to fire out the C-bet. Fortunately for him, don't think Greg's going to stick around too much. Shows what I know. Greg quickly puts in the call at the pair of sevens. 4 of spades on the turn. Roadhouse rips it. Going for the max, praying Greg's got a big jack or combo draw.
What do you need, Greg?
I don't know. I'm gonna look at the stream and I'm gonna be like, maybe you hit your jack 4 or something.
No, I raised that like really big.
Might have hit your jack 4.
Reference to a few hours ago on stream when Roadhouse stole a big pot with jack 4 offsuit.
My pair.
In case anybody missed the reference there.
Leo take it. Master Leo.
Greg will watch it back later and see that he made the right laydown. Roadhouse collects that pot with a set of sevens.
I wish I didn't hit anything on that.
Oh, yeah. I figured you needed a 10 or something to get you a little more in there.
11:50. Tennessee Rock.
Yep. Good timing, good timing.
No 50?
Haven't been getting it again.
That's
I get it.
That's usually what you do. What?
Mine. Maybe like 25.
What? 45?
For what? For your food too, right?
$45? For your...
2 beers and his food?
That should not... That should be like 20. No, it should be like 20. That stuff should be $20. You must have bought somebody else's, like, the whole table. Yeah, that's definitely odd.
It's the shrimp.
As they do some math, we see Greg continuing to bluff at it. Miguel with a monster top pair, nut flush draw. Just puts in the smooth call. 9 on the turn, gives Greg a pair. He's going to keep firing when it checks over to him. A little over half pot size bet. Miguel does put in the call. To the river we go, which comes down king of diamonds. Not exactly the run out Miguel was looking for. Greg checks his 9s over, hoping to get to showdown and maybe have the best hand, but unfortunately for him, Miguel's got the better pair in the pair of aces. Needs to drag in a decent sized pot.
Hard cane. You guys follow like Heidi and Spencer on Instagram? You know what I'm talking about?
So again, this is one of those instances where we have 20 people on the list and nobody actually plays.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I guess it's like another hour, but
I gotta play their song.
Sounds like Shakira.
what's that?
Greg really trying to liven up the table now.
Heidi and Spencer. And this is Pitbull though.
Okay.
Meantime, we got Don versus Dave over here. Both with king high. Dave's obviously better holding the second nut flush draw. Just king, queen of hearts. Don's gonna keep bluffing at it. Dave happy to call. One check to a 5 on the river, so Don gets bailed out with an offsuit 5, giving him the best hand. Just gonna throw it out there, a little weird. He was playing Pitbull and then turn and river came 3-0-5. Just kind of freaking me out. Don throws out a bet here.
What's your chip count?
Dave hasn't let it go yet. Any chance he's thinking about making a move?
Oh, there you go. Look, that's
How many people
Nope,
left?
does not.
15.
3 tables? Two
Two
tables?
tables. I'm gonna get down to 12 or 14. Actually, I don't even know they're gonna get down to 12.
Crazy.
That's
Everybody's got.
actually funny. Like, I don't know what I would do it. Like, how much is buying? 1,500 or something? You just like buying 50K, 1,500K.
I think a lot of people, some people might do that, but they might at this point start playing.
The only other person I feel could do that would be Toby. But
I don't know if Toby would do that though.
probably not. But I don't know. Yeah, well,
Miguel gets to open it up with Ace King. 150 to go, the standard open size right now.
I just need to get a chip in the bag. But I mean, if I get a stack, I
So
can play.
far, no action until it gets around to Greg. He springs the 3-bet with the Ace 9
192.
out of the straddle spot. Makes it 500 to go. Miguel puts in the smooth call with the Ace King. Well, it's a pair for each on the King Queen 9 board. Miguel top pair, Greg bottom pair. Greg fires out a very small C-bet. Quick call from Miguel. Another king on the turn. See, Miguel can't be beat at this juncture. So checks over to him, fires out half pot size bet. 700 into 14. Greg gonna give it some thought. But does let it go.
And again, just a reminder, don't forget, guys, day 1C, the final day 1 tomorrow for our main event. We'll get going at noon tomorrow.
Set the over-under at 200 entrants.
I think that's a
Tomorrow.
I think it's a pretty good
200
number.
tomorrow.
So 200 and a half.
Goodies.
Set the over under too.
Or 199. How nitty can I be with the lines?
Actually, 199 and a half is better.
It's a more fun line.
Yes.
Not in the bag.
But I said 200, so I got to take the over.
You did.
I like it. It's more fun to bet on overs anyway.
I have a feeling we would crush that line tomorrow.
We'll find out. Find out. In the meantime, we're going to watch Johannes start setting up a big 3-bet. You can see it in his eyes as soon as the action's on him.
Incoming.
Yeah, he's 10 suited. Good candidate. Fortunate timing for him, as we can see Carson's obviously got a better hand.
Ace Queen.
But really hard to put Carson on something that strong when he didn't elect a 3-bet over Roadhouse's initial open. Don't forget, just an orbit or two ago, when Johannes put in that large 3-bet with Jack 10 of hearts, it got to showdown against Gil because he hit the nuts on the turn. And all these players at the table are very aware, logging that, you know, wait a minute, he put in the big squeeze pre-flop with Jack 10. So maybe thinking he's up to it again here.
6-5-4 flop. Favorable for Carson.
Yeah, very connected board though. Might see it just go check, check. But what would a stream be if I wasn't wrong at least 5 times as we see Carson assemble a bet? Fires out 600.
I don't know if Johannes will go away with that price.
Looking like he's going to peel at least one. Not a board he can check raise and represent anything on.
Yeah.
So just a call. See what develops on the turn.
Oh, he hits a 10, but that's a
10 of
third
clubs.
club. So Carson adding a club draw.
Let's see what Carson wants to do on this 10 of clubs. Looks like he's sizing up. It's half pot. Now it's 1,500, sounded like. So half pot size bet.
Definitely don't see Johannes going anywhere now.
Yeah, I think he's pretty much trapped into a call here.
Yeah.
Can't fold, can't raise. So he pretty quickly
It's
put in the
alright.
call.
It's a little bit of the slow part, and I'm not.
Oh my gosh, and just trips on the river.
Too long to
See if he sets the trap. He does. Checks it over once more. Does Carson empty the clip? He doesn't.
So he goes check, check.
Good check back by Carson.
Take on you?
On turn. Ace queen.
So, oof.
Sounded like it was a bad river.
Thought we might see him empty the clip there. But
Would have definitely been an interesting situation if that was the case.
I would wager on snap call. Johannes.
Yeah.
Be my guess.
Yeah, I'm down.
I will.
That's why Johannes checks there. He's trying to get Carson to bluff at it if he was bluffing.
Right.
You're not getting a lot of value. If you fire big, you're only getting called if Carson has some sort of flush.
I think if they're still here, I'm soon.
Some of those, both players played it right on the river.
No, Lee say he'll play.
So tempting to lead.
Yeah, lead, Ben.
I think,
Out of fear of missing out on value. But Johannes checks it, hoping Carson bluffs.
Yeah.
Carson just doesn't pull the trigger. Just good for him. Wow. Carson right back in the mix, opens it up. The king jack of clubs. Don trying to get some things going here. Puts in a light 3-bet from late position. After Greg calls, Carson calls, and wow.
7-7 deuce flop.
2 clubs on board. Flush draws for Carson and Don.
And Greg with trips.
Greg with trips, yeah. There's going to be some chips going in the middle here.
Yep.
It's a 3-bet pot. Everybody's got a piece. So action checks to Don.
800.
He was the 3-better pre-flop, so they check and flow over to him. Fires out a large continuation bet. And there is the raise from Greg. Which, funny enough, would have expected Carson to do that if Greg got out of the way. So you kind of see Carson almost recalibrating now. Like, that's what my plan was when you folded. What do I want to do now?
Let's
Put
go
in
to
the call.
Don gets out of there.
How fortunate for Don that he's able to just get out of such a cooler spot. Like,
Oh man. Carson hits the club on the turn. Well,
theme of the night, things going Carson's way and not going Greg's way, huh?
yep.
Unless Greg can find a board pair or an 8 on this river. We're going to see another massive pot going to Carson. And Luke in the chat apparently was from the future saying that Carson and Johannes might break the game, as we're seeing Carson maybe break Greg here.
Yep. There is the all-in.
All in call.
They're going to run it twice, I think. Carson gets the first run out. And the second.
Disastrous for Greg. Biggest pot of the night now. Going Carson's way.
Yeah, that might be the end of Greg's night.
Jacking Greg. Oof. Oof. Oof.
My run right now.
I mean, yeah, Don got out of there with weaker clubs.
He did.
Yeah, it's queen nine.
Damn. So the rich get richer. Carson drags a monster pot. Whew.
Wow. Writing might be on the wall on this one.
Table just dead silent.
Yep.
As a chip funeral.
Yep. And looks like Greg is going to take
one last sip.
One last sip of the drink. And call it a night, it looks like.
I can't believe it has not gone his way.
No. The amount of flops that he hit and then just,
nasty
run-outs have been just brutal for him tonight.
Aside from the one bomb pot run out, I can't think of anything that really went his way.
There wasn't a lot.
Most of it was getting it in good, too. I mean, that one was unfortunate, as can be kind of the culmination of the whole night.
Wow. I mean, both of you look so fucking strong.
That is true.
Did you hear Don talking about how he got away from the weaker flush draw there?
Did.
All right, Johannes' turn to murder somebody. Gets a nice raise with pocket jacks. Don puts in the call with the king jack.
Wrong time frame, right? Done?
Just maybe these two heads up to the flop, both in for 800.
Yeah, just one.
Okay.
Don gonna be hoping to smash a king.
Yeah, looks like the
Oh my god. Jack high flop.
yeah, it's a
Luke.
wrap.
Seriously from the future. We could just oh my god. Just another cooler, and it's gonna be Johannes' turn to possibly stack Don here.
Oh, it's like
It's a bloated pot when it was 800 pre. I mean, it's bloated up. It's gonna be hard for Don not to go bust.
Now David is racking up as well.
He knows. He knows Don's getting ready to bust out here.
Yeah.
He can smell it. Everybody can smell it but us, apparently.
Yep. Well, looks like this is going to be the last hand of the night, guys. Nathan, yeah, the list was long, but considering the stream is ending at 11 o'clock, a lot of people didn't want to hop on. Game was not going to continue after the stream was done anyway. So, yeah, no one wanted to sit and play for 20 minutes on the live stream.
And a lot of those names signed up, especially the names towards the top, signed up, you know,
Way late
before the
in the
game
day.
started.
Yeah, which by then there was already
Now,
like
a
13
couple
names
hours
on the
later.
list.
As we see Johannes bet out for value again. I mean, it's just milking Don. Can't really fold for only 800 given the size of this pot with top pair.
Ryan, I don't think the game's going to go.
There is the call.
Carson with the most obvious statement of the night. I don't think the game's going to continue. Yeah, I gathered that much when I was out there.
Thanks to Carson.
Thanks for playing again.
You got great.
Yeah, David racking up. I think this is going to be the last
The
hand.
writing's on the wall here. And there's the all-in and call between Johannes and Don. And
Nice.
Don gets stacked in case there was any question about how this game was about to devolve. Oof. So yeah, wow. Back-to-back. Sick hands just ends up breaking the game, huh?
Yep, that's what happens. I mean, just out of courtesy, here's the stats. Yeah, Carson and Johannes, your big winners. Greg, Don, Gil, rough nights for them. And then there's V-Pips as we're wrapping up. And that's going to be it for tonight, guys. Again, no live stream tomorrow, but we'll be back with final table action with our main event Sunday night. Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe button, and that bell notification so you know when that stream starts up. But for your dealers tonight, Jacob and Chase, and for Mike Kruger, card room manager, Best Bet Orange Park, my name is Ryan, also known as Country. We'll see you guys Sunday night. Take care. Be easy. Thanks for watching.